Wasted World of Sports, ahoy! Welcome to the Sunday Ticket. It is the last day of Magic Round. It's alright, the music is still playing. I wondered what the hell was happening. Yes, indeed, Sunday afternoon, it is the last day of Magic Round, kicking off with what should be an interesting game. I wasn't sure if I should stream this one or not because the Tigers versus the Dragons, based on where both teams are in the ladder presently, could be the ultimate snooze fest. But I'm hoping a couple of teams down the bottom of the table, both fighting for a big performance. The Tigers backing up after victory in the torrential downpour against Penrith last week. Hopefully we get a good game. Heel Fries, ahoy there, mate. Heel Fries, presumably, much like myself, fresh off of WWE Backlash, which I thought was a very good show. Considering that Backlash is essentially just a filler, I thought it was pretty good. It was great to see Carlito Cool back again and looking in shape. I was telling somebody earlier, Carlito looks better now than when he was back in his supposed prime in his initial run with WWE. Carlito looks buff. He was always one of my favorites as well, admittedly. As the Dragons run out onto the field for this one, as I said, it should be a very good game. Zoe plays, ahoy. How are you, Zoe? And another thing I will say, Heel Fries, Bad Bunny. What is it with these celebrities coming in and outperforming the performers? I thought Bad Bunny was really good. And of course, the main event with Cody Rhodes and Brock Lesnar. Cody, I think, has recovered well from WrestleMania. I don't think he's hurt at all in terms of his push. In terms of his push, the crowd are still behind him. And a big victory for him over Brock Lesnar. As now the Tigers out onto the field. Both teams are out there. Let's jump over to the game screen. Tigers, Dragons. I've got the Tigers. I think they'll get the win here. But we will see. The Dragons are more than capable of some periods of good play. And it is the Tigers getting us underway. Deep into the corner. Dragons with first use. The Metal Maiden, ahoy. Who have you got for this one? Wangu Bunda, ahoy there. Yes, Bateman ruled out right before they came out of the sheds. There was some breaking news, and Bateman out for the Tigers, which is massive, massive, massive. So yeah, I've gone for the Tigers. I think it'll be close, though. I should imagine this is a flip of the coin, really. Ken Brooks back up. A pristine performance. Pristine, how good is that word? Ken Brooks back up a pristine performance last week and do it again this week. Bizarre, ahoy there. Yeah, look, Bateman being out, it happened right before they ran out onto the field. It was a breaking news report from the sideline. So it was very late news, very late breaking news. And that is a big, big out for the Tigers. I think they can still get it done, though, against the Dragons. We were looking at this as potentially being the Tigers' first win. And then, of course, it bucketed down rain. God flushed the toilet last week over Bathurst. First set of 6 complete now for both teams. Brooks puts it high. Sloan, very comfortable under the high ball. And Big Ravalawa winds up and takes it back to the line. Didn't get a chance to get a same-game multi on this one, but I really wish I did. I can tell you... Oh, well, I may as well go ahead and put that off the screen. Still got the multis up from the other night. But I will tell you, I would have Ravalawa, Stafford Toa, Norfoluma, and Max Feagai as anytime try scorers. 4. 2 for each team. 1 centre, 1 winger from each team. I'm expecting. And if you really wanted to be cheeky, I'd probably even put overs. One thing I would tell you that we were a little bit concerned about is the state of the Suncorp Stadium ground. And it looks like each and every night after the games have finished, they have obviously put some work into the ground. Because I remember specifically a couple of games, the pitch was quite ripped up. And they've done well. No, nothing's happened yet. Nothing at all. Both teams just going through the sets, going through the motions. And there we go. Something's happened. The first penalty of the game. The Dragons a little slow to peel off. But I've got to say, they were up quicker than Souths last night. And there was no penalties against Souths. But for some reason today, it's a penalty against the Dragons. Consistency. Where is the consistency? But something has finally happened. And Tigers, they start this set on halfway. If they get to the end of set, they could have an attacking kick. UFC only fams, ahoy! How are you today, mate? Nobody was ready for that offload, but it's worked out all right for them. Brendan Wakeham only just caught that in the nick of time. Brooks runs it straight through, and he's dragged down from behind. Brooks looking good early. He's in a little purple patch of form, and that's great news for the Tigers. 5th and last, right in front of the post. Just a couple of metres out. Coruscant not ready for the play the ball, so it's a little bit slow. It's a nice kick from Wakeham, and the Dragons nearly make a complete and total meal of it. And it's a result for the Tigers, who are looking good early. On the back of that penalty. Very nearly fumbling that straight into a Tigers attacker. That was close. Closer than it had any right to be. And that's what we like to see. Tyrrell Sloan with a nice big long dropout up over halfway. The Dragons playing smart. None of this short dropout nonsense. You love to see it. What can they come up with in attack this time? Looks like Api Coruscant has added to his ink. Six more for a ruck infringement. Dustin Fisher, ahoy mate. And now a penalty for backchat. Oh, the referee stamping his authority on this one. And will they take the 2? Do the right thing and take the 2. Hey, Dustin, unfortunately, my Tampa Bay Rays could not get the job done today against the New York Yankees. Very unfortunate. It's a team I can't stand losing to. Bazab, you're from Ohio. Started watching because it's the only sport live overnight in the States. Who do we like for the next 2 games? I reckon the Roosters. Sorry, Dustin, but I think the Roosters are going to win quite comfortably. And I should imagine that the Eels will win quite comfortably too, but the Eels are a bit hard to predict this season. As Wakeham has successfully put the 2-pointer over from right in front, and the Tigers jump out to the early lead. I'm very interested, actually, to see the Wasted Water Sports tipping contest. I feel like this game should be a pretty even split right down the middle. Wow. And yes, it is. It looks like it's very, very split. But interestingly, most of the people up the top of the table have gone for the Tigers. That should tell you something. Well, yep. Quite a few people in that sort of upper mid-range ahead of myself in 24th. They appear to have gone for the Dragons. So we can make some ground up should the Tigers get away with a win. Both teams completing at 100% early in this one. The ball handling has been sensational. Wakeham brings a runner on the inside, and the Tigers up towards halfway now on tackle 4, and it's going to be an early kick from Brooks from inside the 40. He does not get the angle on it this week. It was on, though. It was on, well and truly. Doesn't quite get the angle on it. It was a great attempt, though, from Luke Brooks, who, quite honestly, is having a great game again so far. Game of Mel, ahoy! Bazab says, I went to buy the league. Nathan Barter, thank you very much for the follow. Bazab says, I went to buy the league pass, but it was way too expensive. A lot of friends I know gamble on rugby, and if the cost was so much, they'd get it. They are taxing on it. Down the blind side go the Dragons. Sidekicks 49. Ahoy, mate. How are you today? Fifth and last 30 metres out, Dragons. This is their first opportunity, and Ben Hunt puts it up into the shadows on the near side of the pitch, and now it's lost forward by Tupou, and here's Ravalawa for the corner, and surely he scores from there. If he manages to keep his studs in the field of play, then this is a try in the corner for Ravalawa, and that would have been the first leg of my same-game multi. Had I not run out of time, the bet that I would have had was Ravalawa and Feagai for St. George, Stafford Tower and David Norfoluma for the Tigers, and that would have been the first leg down. And Junior Tupou makes a complete mess of the catch and has Ravalawa's legs just slipped into the end goal line. Let's have a look. The big fella had to score. You weren't going to stop him. The only hope was to get him over the sideline. And the legs, he's planted it down. Great finishing by Ravalawa. The Dragons score the first try, and they go up 4 points to 2. Kick to come from the sideline. Dragons, they score with their first real opportunity. Is this Jack Bird lining up the goal kicking? What an interesting decision this is. Oh, Dustin, don't get me started, mate. I went on the mother of all rants last night. It was a sight to behold. And there was that one Bunny supporter who was having a good old laugh. Bird from the sideline pushes it away across the face of the post, and it remains 4 points to 2. I just can't believe that Latrell Mitchell got away with punting Cameron Munster in the face as if he was Randy Orton. I thought we were watching NRL. I thought the WWE was today, not last night. He got him in that headlock and literally tried to twist his head off his neck like a bottle cap and then kicked him in the face when he fell to the ground after. Not even a talking to. Dragons on the back of points. Spreading it wide early in the tackle count. Well defended, though, by Wakeham, and the Tigers' defensive line holds intact. Bird breaks away from one, tries to power through another couple, and he's up over halfway. Some great post-contact meters. Still going as Jack Bird, but the referee has called held. To the blind side they go. Sloan sends Sewer back in and over the 30-metre line. Some more great post-contact meters. Fifth and last Dragons. They're 40 out. Hunt in the shadows. Puts it high. Tupou's been taken out there. Buller. And now the ball spills loose again. The Tigers, they get a penalty. A call has come from the touch judge to save their bacon. And the Tigers, after a promising start, it's just starting to fall apart for them. They need it to rain, is what they do. Boy, do they need some rain. But judging by that sunlight, they're probably not going to get it. Joel Hungerford, ahoy there. Welcome along to the Wasted Water Sports. Tigers, they started really well. Got the early penalty, got the 2 points on the board, and then they've just dropped off a little bit. Some basic errors. Just letting the Dragons into their work and getting themselves slightly on top. Now at the back, Wakeham, and they've created space. The overlap. Norfoluma cuts back in field. Through 2 tackles goes Norfoluma. And then the referee gets in the way of Buller. The referee has bumped Buller backwards and stopped that play. But now to the left-hand edge go the Tigers. And it's Talau just short of the line on tackle 5. Brooks with the kick across field. It's nicely weighted. It's tapped backwards for the Tigers. And here they go for the corner. Stafford Toa. And that would have been another leg in my multi. Oh, wouldn't you know it? I had a feeling that this might happen. I did not have time before the game to get the multi on. I could almost guarantee that means because I didn't get the bet placed, all my try scorers are going to get up today. You can pretty much take it to the bank. That's 2 now. We've still got 25 minutes to go in the first half, and that's 2 of the 4 done and dusted. I would have just needed Matthew Feagai, or Feagai, and Vobsy, ahoy there, mate, and David Norfoluma as Stafford Toa has got himself over in the corner for the Tigers to put them back in the lead. 6 points to 4, the kick to come, and that was a lot more impressive from the Tigers. They created overlaps at will there. Overlaps at will. Great little passage of play. They probably should have scored earlier, but the referee got in the way. Slowed down Buller, and Buller had to go to ground. It's worked out for them anyway, the Tigers. They would have been frustrated had they not scored because it was on. Except old mate got in the way. From out wide, a perfectly placed kick right down the middle. And it's the Tigers. They regain the ascendancy. Here's the collision with the referee. Boom. Uh-oh. He's just seen it on the big screen and he's having a laugh about it. It's not funny, mate. You could have cost a team a try with your terrible positioning. And you know it. All right. Back underway. A very important set here for the Tigers. They've had a tendency to make mistakes on their sets after points. Expansive play on tackle 2. They go out wide. Had they looked out, they had an overlap again. Could not get the ball out there. Tackle 4, Tigers. Just slowly making meters up the middle of the park. 5th and last. Back to Brooks for the kick. He's outside the 40, but he keeps it low and flat and angled towards the corner. Awkward bounce for Ravalawa, but he picks it up at his ankles and brings it back. Eight points to 4. Tigers in the lead. Wilson, Agu, ahoy there. Go the Tigers, says Wilson. 23 and a half minutes to go till half time, and they have the ascendancy ever so slightly at the moment. The Tigers. Jack Bird with another big run. And up over halfway go the Dragons. DeBellin. They can't put him down in a 3-man tackle. He keeps his feet. Hunt with the kick. He's purposely kicking into those shadows down this edge, and it's been yielding results. But Tupou this time holds on to it. Goes to ground. Go Tigers fan from Papua New Guinea. Very nice. Some more wasted World of Sports coverage into Papua New Guinea. Very nice. As Nofaluma gets away from the first up tackle, he comes back at him though, and he's taken down on halfway. Tackle 4 for the Tigers. Udakamanu with a big run upfield. Shack of Hearts, ahoy mate. How are you doing today? Inside ball, now Buller kicks across field. Chases his own kick, and it bounces back for Stafford Toa to get a double. The Tigers are in again. Stafford Toa gets 2. It's gone up as no try. Well, let's have a look here. Buller has gone up after his own kick. He was just enough of a distraction for Tyrrell Sloan to come up with the error. Or it might not be Tyrrell Sloan, actually. It was Feagai. And it's been lost forward by Buller into the face of Feagai. And that will be no try. Stafford Toa, unfortunately, does not get his double. Mort, ahoy there, mate. I've gone with the Tigers in this one. I think it will be very close, though. Very, very closely contested game. It was a flip of the coin, in all honesty, this one. When it came to tipping, I thought it was a flip of the coin. And that flip of the coin for this week landed me with the Tigers. Isaac Meck. Go Tigers fan from Papua New Guinea. Another one. Papua New Guinea loves the Tigers, huh? A piggyback penalty, keeping the Dragons in it here. With their discipline, or lack thereof, and no surprise to see who it is in there. David Clemmer involved in that little shenanigans. That little bit of shenanigan. Whatever. I don't think that was proper, grammatically correct English, but who cares? Well, out of dummy half and down the blind side, and a terrible offload, and it will be loose ball and Tigers ball and a 0 tackle. Charles Akipia. Go Tigers. Welcome along to the Wasted Water Sports, Charles. Oh, what a big tackle put on Utikamanu. And they are up over halfway, or just shy of the halfway line on tackle 4. As Brooks runs it to the line, spots a little bit of a gap, almost goes through. And Brooks has been looking very threatening when he's running the ball. And Wakeham puts it high into the corner. They're picking on Feagai here. This time he holds firm and takes the ball. Oliver Walsh, Ahoy. Cowboys surely get it done against the Roosters. Jeez. It'd be hard to be that confident for a Cowboys supporter, surely, at the moment. The Roosters keeping the Warriors to donuts in front of their home fans the other week. I guess all we can really hope for is good games. Good games as Ben Hunt now tries to have a dart on his own. And he's brought down in a great tackle by Wakeham. From inside the 40, it's outside. Off the outside of the boot. It's going to bounce kindly and pressure on Brooks. But he stands firm. And Brooks, he is showing some form again. Farsi, ahoy there. I said they should make the 8 because they've got such a piss easy draw. I didn't realise they were going to stink so badly. I don't think anybody did. They've still got the easiest draw in the competition, so if they get their act together, they could still make the 8. As we've got a little bit of time off here, one of the Tigers players getting a looking over by the trainer. Viking King, ahoy. Tipping the Tigers. 100%. All right. So, who has had the easiest draw so far? Well, unfortunately for the Cowboys, it's been the Cowboys. They've made a complete and total mess of it, obviously, but oh, Ravalawa has knocked it on. They're going to challenge it here, the Dragons. But as it stands at the moment, it's going up as a knock-on. We never did a video for it, but we did talk about it a lot in the early streams. The early rounds, we spoke about it live a lot. And who we thought was going to be up there. I've got the clips of it, and I just never got around to making the video. Because making videos is hard, it's time-consuming, and I'm a busy man. Got a lot of drinking to do. Live is so much easier. It's looking like this is knocked backwards by Tupou. Oh, or did he? It looks like it's off the elbow, perhaps. Perhaps the elbow of Ravalawa. And the Dragons have lost their challenge. Ravalawa has been deemed to have touched the ball and knocked it on. He can't believe it. Oh, yep. Plain as day. Plain as day there on that camera angle. Why didn't they show that one first? We could have saved all that nonsense and just got to the decision. And that is the end of the Dragons challenge. It's going to be a scrum down for the Tigers. 10 out from the line, right in front of the posts. And they are stacking this right-hand side on attack. Look for Brooks to run it. They might have them outnumbered here if they can break away quick enough, and they do. The wraparound play to Buller. Pops it out to Nofaluma. Nofaluma for the corner. I believe it's gone forward, though. No, Norfaluma's in the corner, and there's another tick in the multi that I didn't get on. 57 minutes, 56 seconds for Matthew Feagai to score a try for the Dragons. And, of course, I don't have the bet on. 3 of the 4 legs are up nice and early. Of course. UFC Only Fam says, it's hard to pick a favourite for the Rugby World Cup at the moment, UFC. This is what I was talking about last night, or the night before, whenever I was doing the live chat with Dan Jam, and we were talking about the Rugby World Cup. Whatever. Wow, that guy's really invested in the game. Very excited there, the guy on the sideline. Yeah, I don't think there's a clear-cut favourite at the moment. Ireland would be one of them. I couldn't separate Ireland, France, All Blacks, South Africa. I can't separate them. South Africa always do well at World Cups. Their style of play is just suited to knockout football. The All Blacks are the All Blacks, so they're always going to be up for it. Ireland and France have probably been the 2 form teams leading into the World Cup for a majority of the 3 years prior. And this conversion, does it hook back around? Oh, does it hook back around? What? Straight down the middle it is, and the Tigers are up 14 points to 4. Tigers looking the goods again this week. Still 16 and a half minutes to go until the break. And I am going to be furious if Feagai scores a try now. Utterly furious. Because I've lost some of my multis by fingertips in the previous weeks. It would be just my luck for one to get up when I just ran out of time to get the bet on. Oh, Wakeham from inside the 40. He's got a great angle on it, and this is a 40-20, and everything is coming up Millhouse for the Tigers. Wakeham with a perfectly angled kick into the corner. And the Tigers could inflict some more damage here. A full set of 6 again. 10 out from the Dragons line. 15 and a half minutes to go until the break. Alex Twal, he really wants to get over that try line. Coruscant just gets himself all muddled up. He nearly gets through on the second attempt there. Coruscant is now trying to get a 6 again. To the left-hand side they go. Clemmer. Taken down on tackle 4. They've raced through this set, the Tigers. Offhand Galway dummies, goes on his own, 5th and last. To the short side they go. Brooks, cut out ball, finds Talau, and the defence holds firm. And that will be a handover. 5 out from the Dragons line. And they didn't really offer anything there, the Tigers. That was a really disappointing set. There was no variety. They didn't really try anything. And that was a really, really disappointing set of 6. The Dragons have yet to be tackled inside the opposition 20-metre zone. Incredible stat. NRL with Braden. Ahoy. How are you today, mate? Fifth and last for the Dragons. They only managed to get out to their own 40. The kick is taken on the full and will be brought back into great field position here for the Tigers. Not as good as the field position they just bloody had, though. I'll be very disappointed with what they did on the back of that 40-20, which was nothing. Oh, now the mistake from Buller on the halfway line, and here's an opportunity for the Dragons. They get on the outside, and straight through goes Feagai. Oh, God bless them for tackling him, bringing him down. Remember, Feagai is the last one in my theoretical multi that I didn't get on in time. So if he scores, I'm going to be furious. As the Dragons approach the 20-metre line, and this is going to be their first tackle inside Tigers territory. Oh, no, it's not, because they've just bumbled the ball. 6 again. They get it back, and there is officially the Dragons' first tackle inside the Tigers' 20-metre zone. Unbelievable statistic. Bird now settling things down, bringing the play back towards midfield. Hunter, dummy half. Out the back they play, and Sloan gets away from the first up tackle. Tries to throw the ball out to Ravalawa, but a sneaky hand swung out by Junior Tupou, and that's an intercept. An intercept running in reverse. I've never seen that. And a penalty to the Tigers. They're going to get a piggyback upfield. Very relieving for them. And the Dragons, they're just trying to make stuff happen way too quickly. They need to just go through their set. There's still plenty of time in this game, and they're only behind by 10. But they're playing as if they're trying to score off every single play. They're playing catch-up footy when they're only behind by 10. With over a half of football to go. They are the victims of their own demise at the moment. James Intox, ahoy mate. Up over halfway, a big run by Papali'i. They attempt a one-on-one strip, but he holds onto it, the big fella. Now Brooks spots a gap, steps off the inside boot, and he's away. He's having a blinder, Luke Brooks. He is brought down 20 out from the Dragons line. Pressure again here for the Tigers. What can they come up with? A disappointing set last time they were in this position. Can they offer up something a little bit better this time? Wakeham calls for it, gets it, sends Twal on the inside, and 10 out from the line on the 5th and last. To the blind side they stay. Wakeham, short ball, and again, as Kepaoa is wrapped up, absolutely nothing doing on the 5th and last. Another poor end of set for the Tigers, it must be said. Just meekly surrendering. 5 out from the Dragons line. If anything, though, it is forcing the Dragons to play out of their own end. They've only had a couple of opportunities inside the Tigers' 20. They've spent the rest of the half trying to bring the ball out of their own end. As it's the fifth and last again, and they're not up to the 40. The kick nowhere near the corner, so no threat of a 40-20, and it pops up very kindly. Oh, and now here's a hit high. Junior Tupou's had his little rat's tail taken off with that one. And this will be another piggyback penalty for the Tigers. Upfield, they will go. Did I see somebody make a comment? Oh, yeah, there it is. Vopsy says Lomax playing better than previous weeks. Oh, yeah, who did I used to say that about? I used to say that about somebody. I've said it about a few people, I think. Oh, they've failed to find touch now, the Tigers. And Ravalawa winds up and brings it back to the halfway line. Oh, he gets a big wedgie. We saw a little butt cheek there. A little sneaky Ravalawa butt cheek. That was a big-time wedgie. Is that a turning point in this contest? Opportunity knocking for the Dragons. Failing to find touch, unforgivable. Tigers, big mistake there. Ben Hunt dummies. Goes back to the blind side. Links up with Josh Kerr, who gets the offload back to Hunt. DeBellin sends it out the back. Dummied, and straight through the gap goes Sullivan. And Sullivan will score. The Dragons are back in it on the back of failing to find touch from a penalty. Absolutely unforgivable for the Tigers. And then the offload's keeping the ball alive, and Jaydn Sullivan goes through a gaping hole, puts on the little goose step, and Buller gets nowhere near him in the end. Unforgivable mistake there. Just inviting the opposition back into the contest. Sullivan sells the dummy, puts the goose step on, scores the try. Wow. Dragons, they didn't need much of an invitation. And they've got themselves back into this. 7 minutes to go until the break. It's about to be 14 points to 10. James is screaming at me. What have I missed? Are you doing all 3 games, Dan? I'm going to try. In all honesty, my voice is killing me. Because I've done all the games so far this Magic round. And I'm struggling a little bit. I'm not going to lie. I'm really on struggle street at the moment. But I'm going to try and get through all of them. What I need is some more Captain Morgans. I probably should place an order. I'm all out. I don't really want to spend any more money this weekend, though. Poor Michelle, she gets crap. She's not even here today. Ugh. 6.5 minutes to go until the halftime break. Ravalawa bringing it back. There was no threat of a pass there. I've seen more of Ravalawa's undies than I ever cared to today in the first 40 minutes. Not going to lie about that. James Tedesco, he is not. I'm wondering. Oh God, excuse me. See, I told you, I'm not healthy. Now they're running it. A big hit put on there, Tommy Talau. No arms used in the tackle, I would have thought. And Sully is taken down. Fifth and last, Tigers under pressure here with the kick. Oh, and he's made a meal of it, Norfoluma. But it pops up kindly for him on the second attempt. And they survive. I've done well with the spillage this weekend, in all honesty. I don't think there's been a single one. Quite surprising indeed. Oh, threat of a lifting tackle there. Got to be careful with those. DeBellin. Twal takes the Tigers back inside attacking territory. Fifth and last, they're 40 out from the line. Wakeham puts it high. The Shadows have completely drifted off the field now. Oh, maybe the sun... Is the sun still out? What time is it? Oh, it's only 2:30. You would hope the sun's still out. The sun must be behind some clouds at the moment. They're at Suncorp Stadium. Mickey, official. Ahoy, mate. Oh, 40-20 for the Dragons now. It's going towards the sideline, but it pulls up just inside, and it bounces up kindly for Buller. It was on, though, and he steps away from the first tackle, and he almost breaks away from the second one, and that's a great kick return from Buller. Jeez, he's been playing well. Jareem Buller, where has he been? Keeping the ball alive now and looking out to the right-hand edge. Sending Norfoluma back on the inside is Wakeham. And he's up over halfway. Fifth and last, back in Dragons territory. What can they come up with here? Brooks puts it high. The Sun's back at Suncorp. Pressure on Sloan, but he takes it well. He's now driven backwards. A risky offload. Pops up for Brooks. Brooks has had his head ripped off by Ravalawa. And it's going to be a knock-on against the Tigers first. That was all a little bit scrappy. I would love to see a replay of that tackle on Luke Brooks by Ravalawa. I mean, we're almost talking penalty try territory here. Ravalawa. Oh, no, to be fair, it looked bad live, but he's just grabbed him around the collar. And that's totally fair. Play on. I take that back. That was completely fair. Teddy Bear, ahoy there. This may be Hook's last game as coach. Who do they bring in? Plano? No, I thought it was Shack of Hearts, but in the slow motion replay, like watching it live, it looked really bad. Really bad. It looked like a classic coat hanger. But when you see the replay, he's reached over his shoulders and he's grabbed him around the collar and yanked him down. It looked bad, but completely fair, I believe. And now a mistake from the Dragons, trying to play down the blind side. The pass to nobody. It's in behind Ravalawa. He slips. He can't recollect it. And this game's just got a little bit messy from both teams leading into the halftime break. They were both completing at 100% for the first 15 minutes or so. Both teams now dropping into the low 80s, high 70s. Tigers, they may have last say here in the first half. A minute to go. Coruscant to Brooks, floats it out wide in behind the attacking line. Norfoluma slips, manages to keep his feet. running back across the face of the defence. Will a gap open up? Quick hands here, and they've created space on the outside, but Talau decides to try and hurdle the defence rather than take them on. Tackle 4, Tigers, 20 out, going all the way back across to the right-hand edge. They've got space again on the outside. It goes back inside to Brooks. Fifth and last, 10 out from the line. Wakeham calls for it. Grubbers into the end goal. It hits the post. Oh, he's made a mess of it, Tyrell Sloan. Tyrell Sloan has tried to pick the ball up. He's knocked it backwards, sideways, every which way, and it falls for the Tigers, and that's a try. Coruscant is there on the spot to clean up. Oh, what an absolute nightmare scenario for Tyrell Sloan. What was he thinking? What was he doing here? The ball has hit the upright padding and bounced back, and it's made Sloan panic a little bit. He's got all tangled up over himself. Oh, just ground it. Why was he trying to pick it up? Oh, Coruscant hasn't grounded it either. Coruscant's not grounded it either. Oh, that's close. Oh, that is so close. I think it's a try, though. I think it's gone up as a try. They might want to have a closer look at it. Tyrell Sloan, though, what was he thinking? All he needs to do is fall on that ball. He doesn't even need to fall on it. He just needs to kick it dead. I'm not so convinced that Coruscant's grounded this. I think Coruscant's made a mistake. Yep, time off. We're going to have a look at this. We are going to have a look at the grounding. I'm not convinced that Coruscant has grounded this. Now, the thing to remember, this has gone up as a try. We can be sure of one thing. Tyrell Sloan made an absolute mess of it all. What was it? All he needed to do was kick that ball dead. Kick it over the dead ball line and be done. And Coruscant's made a complete meal of it as well. What a great big double goof central indeed. James Intox. From one goof to another, Tyrell Sloan to Appy Coruscant. They've both made a complete and total mess out of the last play of the first half. And that will be no try. And it will stay 14 points to 10 at the halftime break. Well, no, it's not halftime. The clock resets. We've got 15 seconds. There's going to be one play. One final play of the first half. It's going to be a goal line dropout to the Dragons. Now, that was one scrappy little piece of play from both teams. Coruscant, he won't be happy with himself over that. Sloan will breathe a sigh of relief. I absolutely did not, James. One goof to another was Tyrell Sloan to Appy Coruscant, not you and I. Oh, Sloan's running it back. Just grounded in goal, mate. Tyrell Sloan. He's still running. He's kicked it. Oh, my God. Tyrell Sloan has had the brain fart of all brain farts in the last 30 seconds. What was he thinking? I would love to have an interview with Tyrell Sloan right now and just try and get an understanding of what was going through his head inside that last minute. Unbelievable. What was he trying to do? Oh, wow. 14 points to 10 here, half-time. Tyrell Sloan. Incredible. All right, Wasted World of Sports, half-time. I'll have myself a very quick break now. Remember, I promised to do this. So I will keep my word and continue to do it, even though I really honestly don't feel like it today. But we're turning Wasted Water Sports into a callback radio type of situation for the Magic Round weekend. So if you would like to call into the show for the halftime break on Discord, scroll all the way down to the bottom. There's voice channels. There's a waiting room with 6 queue spots available. Jump on into that waiting room, and when I come back at halftime, we'll have a little bit of a chat. Wasted Water Sports, halftime here, 14 points to 10 in favour of the West Tigers. I am going to step away momentarily, and I'll be back to chat all things at halftime and bring you the second half action. And get myself some sort of relieving substance. All right, be right back. Oh, menu log commercial. I'm hungry now. All right. Half-time here, 14 points to 10 in favour of the West Tigers. Let's go have a little bit of a chat, huh? Have a little bit of a chat. Let's see who's paying attention. Remember what happened last night? When I skipped out and did the call-ins? And they were screaming at me. The freeloaders were screaming at me in the Discord. All right. NRL with Braden. You are on the air with Wasted Water Sports. Ahoy, mate. Hello.
Hello?
Ahoy. Whoa. How are you doing?
Oh my god, hi.
Are you okay? Okay, he's very nervous now. He's actually on the air and now he's nervous.
Am I on YouTube?
Yes. This is a live call-in. And why do I feel the need to ask you? Yeah.
With Braden.
Yes, I figured that. And I feel like I need to ask, do you have parental permission to call in?
Yes.
You do? Excellent. Excellent. So, how are you enjoying the game?
Good. Surprising with the Tigers, honestly.
Yeah. Surprising, you reckon?
Yeah.
They've been very close to a breakthrough form in pretty much every week so far. I mean, they haven't, apart from one or two times, they haven't really been blown out of the water. They've been close. They've been there or thereabouts. The Dragons, on the other hand, have been awful.
What's your favourite team, can I ask?
Oh, well, unfortunately, I go for the Sharks. I say unfortunately because they're generally terrible.
Yeah. Not.
I like that. I like that. Just so quick to agree. They're usually pretty terrible. Yes, they are. They're usually pretty terrible. You are correct, sir. What was that? Sorry, you go for the Raiders.
Yeah.
You don't do the Viking clap though, do you?
Well, when I'm at, I usually sometimes go to the games. It depends what day it is.
And you do the Viking clap there with everybody else.
Mm-hmm.
Oh dear. Oh dear. Oh, well, Fortnite/NRL with Braden. Very nice chatting with you. I've got some more people in the waiting room. So is there anything you would like to say before we switch callers?
I have a YouTube channel.
Oh, you do? Do you play Fortnite or do you play NRL games?
Well, I'm thinking about doing NRL videos.
Okay. But you used to do Fortnite. Because that used to be your name, correct? Sure. Right. Well, do you want to tell the people what your YouTube channel is?
My YouTube name is NRL with Braden.
Yeah, you'll see him in the chat room, YouTube. He's floating around there somewhere.
Yep.
All right, mate. Well, enjoy the rest of the game. I'm gonna throw you back over there to the waiting room, and you can disconnect or stay on if you like. It's up to you.
Yeah.
All right, mate. Catch you later.
Yep.
Shack of Hearts around the grounds. What have we got today? Fabulous. He's unaware that he's been called onto the live stream. Shack of Hearts, our man around the grounds. I wonder if anything's actually happening today. Perhaps not. I'm so curious if Shack of Hearts is a reference to our mate, Michelle, Shaquille O'Neal. Speaking of which, how funny. All right, poor Shack of Hearts, he mustn't be there. He was not prepared that he was going to be called onto the show. How funny was that video when with old mate Charles Barkley? Charles Barkley with an absolute clanger of all clangers. And Shaq's reaction was the greatest thing I've ever seen in my life. All right, but no, we had a good chat with Shack of Hearts yesterday, so that's all good. I don't think he was necessarily prepared that. I don't think he was necessarily prepared that he was going to get dragged into the live stream chat, even though he's there in the waiting room. So the halftime call-ins are going well. Good. That's the third person that I've got to chat with this weekend. So thank you very much, Dan Jam, Shack of Hearts. Whilst he wasn't aware that he was actually there today, he was there yesterday. So I had some great chats with Dan Jam and Shack of Hearts, and then Braden, NRL with Braden / Fortnite with Braden. As we get ready for the second half action here, Tigers, Dragons, 14 points to 10. It's hard to say. On one case, you sort of say it should have been more. Api Coruscant should have just dived on that loose ball and scored a try right before the break. But also, by the very same token, shouldn't be. They shouldn't be. Because it should never have been a try to begin with. It shouldn't have even been in the situation to have scored the try. Terrell Sloan with the absolute nightmare scenario of all nightmare scenarios. What was he thinking? I'll tell you what, I would love for Terrell Sloan to call into the show because I'd be asking him, the hell were you thinking, mate? Anyway, Teddy Bear says the Dolphins looked the goods yesterday. I wouldn't read too much into that game. Wouldn't read too much into that. In all honesty, the Sharks, I've been supporting the Sharks for a very long time. They cannot play at Suncorp Stadium. They just can't. I stopped going. I stopped going to the games to see them because I just knew it was an automatic loss. As soon as you saw Suncorp/Lang Park on the schedule, you knew it was an automatic loss incoming for the Sharkies. It's a real hoodoo ground, no matter who they're playing. So, look, you can only play what's in front of you, and all credit to the Dolphins for the performance that they did put on. But, yeah, I don't think you can read too much into a victory over the Sharks at Suncorp. What we can read into the Dolphins' performance, though, is the year that they've had so far overall. Wayne Bennett is absolutely a master coach. Talk about making something out of nothing. All the talk in the lead-up, of course, was that the failure of the Dolphins to lure a marquee player. They don't need one. They've got a marquee coach. But yeah, it's just Wayne Bennett doing Wayne Bennett things there for the Dolphins in season 2023. That's for sure. I've been to so many of them, James. I've been to so many of them. Zenpai, ahoy there. Let's refresh the page and actually have a look. Let's see. Let's refresh the page. Sometimes, oh, you know what they're doing? It's the ground stuff. They're patching up the turf. They've actually done really well. I've got to give props where props are due. They have done very good all weekend in patching up the turf because it has very clearly been getting scuffed up all weekend. They've managed to do whatever it is that they do to plug up those holes that have been left. They're doing a good job. The ground staff there at Suncorp. And here we go. The teams are out onto the field, ready for the second half. Only 4 points the difference. Oh, the Dolphins. They have... I mean, not the Dolphins, sorry, the Dragons. The Dragons have been absolutely abysmal. Lucky for them, the Tigers haven't really put the dagger in. As the Dragons get us back underway in the second half, 14 points to 10 in favour of the Tigers. The Tigers with no John Bateman. Yes, thanks for reminding me. Bateman out right before kickoff. And the Tigers are up over halfway in the first set. They're running on the fifth and last, keeping it alive. Buller, he's running backwards. They go all the way back over to the other side of the field, and then a terrible kick. It was that played at. They're trying to get a six again. No, the kick and chase through this time. Oh, very lazy from Sloan again. And it's been picked up, and the day has been saved. And this will be a penalty. He's kind of swung his foot out there on the kick chase. Kepaoa kicks and chases, and then he just swings his foot at Feagai. And this will be a very relieving penalty early for the Dragons. Teddy Bear says, with respects to Hook, hopefully this is his last game. Well, as I say, who do you bring in? I'm assuming it would have to be Flanagan, right? Old mate Flano. One of my favourite coaches of all time, Shane Flanagan. Can you understand why? Oh, Des Hasler, huh? Oh, yeah. That's probably a fair call. I wonder if Desi's interested. Isaac edits up the doggies. Random? A very random comment in a game between the Dragons and the Tigers, of course. Now the Dragons go out right to the right, nearly breaking through. Sloan. Now they've created an overlap. Ravalawa for the corner, one to beat. Charges into the defense, and Buller stands firm and holds on and brings the big man down on the fifth and last. And Ravalawa's hurt his ankle in that. He's trying to shake it off in the background. Wakeham. Oh, there's a big mess here. It's come back to Terrell Sloan, but he would be offside. And a penalty to the Tigers. I would love to know what Brendan Wakeham was thinking there as he tries to hoof this ball upfield rather than collect it and run out. Oh, I'm sure that he's probably interested in coaching still, Teddy Bear, but is he interested in coaching the Dragons? That would be the $1 million question. Michelle says Hook has way more chances than coaches in the NBA. But not as many chances as Ricky Stewart with the Raiders. Still. Up over halfway go the Tigers again. 29 metres off that set. Back to Brooks to put it high. Sloan is back, takes it on the full. Let's see if he's calmed down after his brain explosions in the first half there. Terrell Sloan. The Bucks coach got fired after 5 seasons with a premiership win. But, yeah, well, I suppose the question in that scenario is how many should he have won? Oh, hang on, there's more. After the Bucks lost to the Heat in this playoffs after the coach's brother died before Game 4. Oh, risky offload, and it's dived on by Coruscant. But was he offside? He's not happy. He's not a happy. Oh, he's furious, is Coruscant. Slams the ball down into the turf. He's fired up. And the Dragons will get the ball back. Most of the coaches mentioned are not available until the end of the season. Hasler is sitting at home. Well, there you go. 6 again here for the Dragons. It's been a bit of a shaky start to the second half here for the Tigers. Can they keep up the intensity that they found for a majority of the first half? Sewer cutting back infield, looking to offload. He's brought down. Third tackle for the Dragons. midfield. They stay on the left-hand edge in the sunlight. Oh, loose play the ball. Penalty. Take the 2. Take the 2. I would take the 2. They don't. They tap and go. They want the 4-pointer, potentially 6-pointer. Out to the left-hand edge they go. Through the hands. Sloan, cut out pass. Finds his mark. Stepping back in field. Just a metre short of the line. Driven over the sideline in a 3-man tackle by the Tigers on tackle 1. And that is a big statement right there defensively from the Tigers. Great defense. Very solid defense. Michelle says, still laughing at Dylan Brooks from the Grizzlies. Trash talk LeBron, and then Lakers smashed them, and Dylan Brooks was told straight up, your contract is not being renewed. I have no idea who these people are that we're talking about. I find it very hilarious, though. There's a team called the Grizzlies. That's funny. That is hilarious. The Grizzlies. Fifth and last here for the Tigers. Back up over halfway again. After some great defensive work. Brooks with the high ball. Picking out Sloan. No, it doesn't go to Sloan. And both teams just going through the motions. I will be right back. And the Dragons are knocked the ball on. Teddy Bear asks, will the Dragons win the wooden spoon this year? The way they're playing, a very real possibility. I would agree with that. The way they are playing, a very, very real possibility indeed. I must admit that before the season kicked off, I had predicted that the Knights would win the wooden spoon. I feel like the Tigers don't really deserve to be as low on the table as they are at the moment, in all honesty. The Dragons. Opalihi now making some great post-contact meters here for the Tigers. And they're up over halfway again on tackle 5. Just both teams sort of playing within the 20-meter lines at the moment. Sloan falls backwards as he takes the ball. And that will have the Tigers on the front foot in this defensive set. Dragons up towards halfway. And just a little bit of a holding pattern here. Both teams going through the motions, getting through their sets, with neither team looking really threatening. The high ball is taken by the Tigers, but there's a penalty to the Dragons. And this will be the first real opportunity here of the second half. Late contact on the kicker. And here is an opportunity. And look, had the Dragons taken the 2 earlier, they could have taken the 2 here to tie the game up. Tackle 1, 5 out. Ben Hunt runs across the post. Brings Jack Bird running back on the inside. Tackle 2. Oh, Sullivan stepping on his own again goes Jaydn Sullivan. It is the Jaydn Sullivan show out there for the Dragons. It's a one-man team, essentially. And he has just skinned the Tigers' defense again, all on his own. Jaydn Sullivan. 2 tries out of essentially nothing that he has created with individual efforts. And the Dragons are about to retake the lead here. And Jaydn Sullivan, for the second time today, has made the Tigers' defensive line look absolutely foolish. $14 points all, kick to come from right beside the uprights. Try confirmed. Dragons. Teddy Bear says, think Nico Hines is the best buyer for the Sharkies in years. 100%. Absolutely. Unfortunately, though, for the Sharks, even Nico Hines can't play at Suncorp Stadium when he's wearing a Sharks jersey. CR Sports, ahoy there. What are you streaming on computer? Yes. Conversion successful. Sullivan does it all on his own. He scored the try. He kicks the conversion. It's the Jaydn Sullivan show at the moment for the Dragons. And I'm not even joking about that. It is Jaydn Sullivan 12. Tigers 14. But St. George 16-14 in the lead. "25 minutes left in this opening game of the Sunday ticket. King Aaron says need Buller to score and Tigers to win. I didn't get a chance to get a multi on for this game, but I can tell you who I almost had. Ravalawa, Max Feagai, Stafford Toa, and David Norfoluma. So, theoretically, I would have only needed Matthew Feagai to score for the Dragons. This is a massive set for the Dragons after points. They're 30 out from the Tigers line. That's a big set of 6. Now Sullivan kicks in behind the line. It sits up very kindly for Junior Tupou, and the Tigers survive that one. But they need something here to wrestle momentum back in this contest. Buller charging into the line, trying to get some go forward for his team. And the Tigers, they've really dropped off the pace. They've really started to let this one slip. And they've got to buckle down here and get themselves back into this contest. It's been all Dragons for the past 10 minutes or so. Fifth and last, Tigers 40 out from the Dragons line. Brooks puts it high. There is no pressure on the kick chase, and Feagai takes this very comfortably. Almost gets the ball one-on-one stripped, but manages to hold on. Dragons with the ascendancy. Making meters at absolute will. DeBellin takes it to the line, has Bird on his shoulder. For tackle 4, up over halfway again. Dragons, some good meters. They stay on the short side. Sullivan brings Sewer running on the inside angle. Pops it back to Hunt. They keep it alive. Bird. Murdoch-Masilla there, cutting back infield. 5th and last, 30 out again. To the left they go. Amoni kicks it into the corner, and it's taken quite comfortably by the Tigers. Tigers very flat-footed, though. Teddy Bear asks who's actually coaching the Tigers, Sheens or Marshall? Probably a good question. Oh, and here's a penalty to the Tigers. Copped a little bit of a shove there, Tommy Talau. And a very relieving penalty for the Tigers. Well, it would be kind of ridiculous, wouldn't it, if Tim Sheens isn't some sort of all-seeing overlord to the whole scenario. So maybe Benji's making the calls at a base level, but everything would be getting run past Tim Sheens, and it would ultimately be getting his stamp of approval. I'm obviously not privy to the inside dealings of the Tigers camp. I don't know how it works, but I can only assume Benji Marshall is not exactly an experienced coach. Tim Sheens well and truly is an experienced and successful coach. It would make no sense if he's not ultimately the decision maker, in my opinion. So I think Benji would have a little bit of free reign up until a certain point, but nothing would be happening out there, I dare say, without Tim Sheen's stamp of approval. 5th and last for the Tigers, 30 out from the line. This has been their best field position for a while. Brooks puts it high, and Ravalawa up against Norfoluma. And Ravalawa wins it in the air. Vobsy asks who I think the Raiders should buy once Whiten leaves and they have space in the cap. I think the issue for the Raiders at the moment is there's not exactly an abundance of halves coming off contract, is there? So they may have to look. I think I spoke about this on a previous stream as well, and I suggested that maybe they look to Super League, because I don't think there's too many options in the NRL at the moment, unless you bring a young guy through and develop him. But I don't think there's too many halves coming off contract at all. I really don't think there's any options for them. $16 points to 14. It's been a little bit of a dire old second half so far as we approach the last quarter of this match. And the Dragons holding on to a 2-point lead. 16 points to 14. Fifth and last Tigers. They're 40 out from the Dragons line. Staying on the blind side, Wakeham puts it high. And these haven't really been bringing success. And Sloan, another easy take at the back for him. UFC Only Fams says Clemmer used to be so solid. Yeah, Clemmer was an Origin rep level player, wasn't he? If I'm not mistaken. And that is a huge penalty here to the Dragons. The Tigers are just self-imploding here. Oh, Tim Sheens is frustrated, you can tell. It's just all slowly falling to pieces here for the Tigers. Very unfortunate. You got to have faith, Dustin. Got to have faith. They've got the team. The Cowboys have still got the basis of the team that did what they... I'll tell you what, one of the biggest problems for the Cowboys this year, you're getting the proper Chad. Trust me, I know all about the Chad. The Chad was too busy filming YouTube videos rather than training when he was at the Sharks. And I think now the Cowboys are experiencing the Chad. The Sharks Chad. As the Dragons put the grubber into the end goal, the Tigers nearly make a mess of it. Buller does extremely well in the face of confusion to hold onto the ball, but it's a result for the Dragons. It's going to be a goal line dropout. You know what I think needs to happen for the Cowboys? And this is going to be this is going to be ridiculously ironic. As the Tigers try the short dropout, it fails. And here is a gift penalty for the Dragons. Oh, what? What just happened? It's bounced short of the 10-meter line. It has then bounced forward over the 10-meter line and into touch, which means the Tigers are going to get the ball. Oh, it's a brilliant... I always said it's a fantastic strategy, the short dropout. I can't speak highly enough of it. So it's actually bounced inside the 10-meter line, and it's gone forward and over the 10-meter line into touch, and that's going to be Tigers' ball. That's crazy. That's a big turning point. That's just a little mini victory. A little mini victory there for the Tigers. Lemma now pops the offload back to Buller. Buller goes straight through a big gap, and he's brought down from behind by Amone and Hunt. Desperation defense. But they're looking threatening here. 6 again for a ruck infringement. Twal on the inside pass from Coruscant. And the Tigers are on the front foot here. Coruscant from dummy half. Stepping, weaving. 5 meters out from the line now. Just to the left of the post they are. Tigers, tackle 2. Wakeham with the short ball to Utikamanu. Centimeters short of the try line. To the left-hand edge they go. Brooks gets on the outside of the defence. Creates some space. The pass is out to Junior Tupou, who cuts back in field and scores. The Tigers are over. They're back in the lead. 18 points to 16, kick to come. And this game has just suddenly sprung to life again. The turning point, the short dropout, the lucky bounce. Tigers win the ball. And the Tigers are back in the lead. Racing up out of the line there was what's his name? Moses Suli. Moses Suli. Let's just call him Moses. Moses Suli racing up out of the defensive line. Brooks got on the outside, which created the overlap. And then Junior Tupou stops, cuts back infield, and all the sliding, defending coverage from the Dragons overruns him, and he plants the ball down. 18 points to 16. The conversion to come from out wide. Tigers are back. Brendan Wakeham has missed the conversion from out wide, so the Tigers, they only stay up by 2. Thrilling finish incoming here. Dustin Fisher says if this were Major League Baseball, the Cowboys would trade the Chad for a double-A developmental player. Absolutely. Chad would be done and dusted. That's for sure. Tigers 2-point leaders. 14 minutes to go. Now they go through the hands. They've created space on the outside again. St. George, their defensive structure has been very tight all afternoon. And the Tigers have had ample space on the outside edges. A big run from Mutikamanu. He gets sent to Mexico, Dustin, like Kenny Powers. There's a new TV show. Eastbound and Down. Send him off to Mexico. Irene Kamuna. Ahoy there. Welcome to the Wasted World of Sports, Irene. Tigers. Great kick chase. And now all the momentum is with the Tigers. This has been such a seesaw game. UFC Only fans would like to take partial credit for the Sharks jersey that went up on the background green screen after I commented that a logo would go there. You know, one of these days I might actually use the green screen. Dragons get a 6 again here. One-on-one strip goes awry. And it's a 0 tackle for the Dragons. And is that another little turning point in this topsy-turvy contest? Through the hands they go. Out to the left-hand side. Monok Masilla up over halfway. Inside Tigers territory. They're 40 out from the line now. Amone calls runners on the inside. Another 10 meters. 30 out on tackle 3. To the left they go. Bird takes it to the line. Bursts over the first tackle. And then is brought down. 20 out for the Tigers line. And now a loose play the ball. And this will be Tigers ball. No challenges remaining. Oh, and it's been kicked out of his hands too. They probably would have won that challenge. The Dragons. Tigers are going to get the scrum. There's still 11 minutes to go in this contest. There's time enough if you're good enough. I feel like there's going to be some twists and turns left in this game before it's over. But it's the Tigers with the first opportunity to fire a shot. Norfoluma with the run-up. Now Clemmer runs into 4 Dragons defenders. And he just bumps backwards off them and keeps running. Twall, dummies, goes on his own, up towards halfway on tackle 3. Coruscant gets away from one. Coruscant goes on his own, ducks under another. Tackle 4. Into attacking range go the Tigers here. Brooks sends Olakauatu on the inside. Oh, no, hang on. I'm getting my guys confused. It's Utikamanu. Utikamanu, Olakauatu. God damn it. What a great, sensational take by Ravalawa. And the Dragons come away with the ball. 10 minutes to go. Probably at least 5 more sets each. 5 more sets each for both teams. Dragons out wide to the left now. Amone tries to step back inside, but he's brought down on tackle 4. They're stuck in their own territory here, the Dragons. Fifth and last inside their own half. It's going to take a big kick here. Sullivan dinks it into the corner. Got a great angle on it, but it's a little bit too deep. And this is going to be a 7-tackle set for the Tigers, restarting from their 20. Oh, Anthony Griffin's frustrated at that. Jaydn Sullivan's had such a great game, but that's a pretty crucial mistake. 9 minutes to go. Tigers holding on to a 2-point lead. Still a few sets left for each team. Coruscant from dummy half finds a runner on his shoulder. UFC Only Fam says, in my hood, that color bandana could get you killed. I did always actually used to worry about wearing bandanas out in public. If I got the wrong color, that sort of thing. Because I've got a variety of different colors. I pretty much used to wear a different one every day. But I did wonder, especially the really common ones, like the red and the black. Red, black, blue. If I wander into the wrong territory, wearing the wrong color. Something tells me, though, that there's a little bit more to it than just wearing the bandana. I don't know. In gangland, there might be some other sign. Just under 8 minutes to go in this one now, though. Dragons have the ball back as we see a shot of the Roosters in preparation for the next game. 18-16 in favour of the Tigers. The Dragons, they're not really making any meters here. Tackle 4, still inside their own half. Now some expansive play out to the right-hand edge. Keeping it alive and getting on the outside of the defence is Sully, but he's brought down by Luke Brooks of all people. Fifth and last. Jack Bird's got the ball. Steps goes on his own. It's the fifth and last. Does he realise it? And he's lost the ball. Jack Bird has had an absolute nightmare these past 5 minutes. And that's a handover on the 30-metre line, and Buller with a great run on tackle 1 up towards halfway. Seafarth takes it up into Dragons territory once more. The Tigers just ever so slightly on top at the moment as we approach the last 5 minutes. They're only going to get a few more opportunities. The Dragons, and that's a horrible play of the ball. They're going to challenge it, the Tigers. You may as well. Because this is a big call, but that was a disaster of a play the ball. And just as I had hoped, this has turned into a fantastic game. What an absolute nightmare of a play the ball. Dragons invited back into this one just a little bit. This will be their best field position in quite a few sets. Bobsy says Blake Laurie going to win the game for the Dragons. Let's keep an eye on him. Number 10, he'll be involved in the scrum for now. But let's see. 30 metres out from their own line. The Dragons from the scrum. Well, there he is. He wasn't in the scrum. Blake Laurie takes the first hit up. And Jack Bird with a wild, loose pass. In behind him. They get away with it, though. The Dragons, it pops up and they recover the ball. Jeez, that was sloppy, though. It seems to be a little bit of a mess every time Jack Bird gets involved at the moment. Out to the left-hand edge they go, and they're loose carry by Feagai. and loses it forward into touch. And the Tigers will get the ball back on halfway. This has just been a disastrous finish for the Dragons. Just any hint of skill has gone completely out of their game. Tigers ball. Great field position. 5 minutes to go. How do the Tigers approach this? It might be a mistake if they try and play too defensively. You want to keep trying to attack in some capacity. Clemmer takes it forward. And some great post-contact meters again from Clemmer. He's had a rather solid game. Coruscant. Dummies inside. And then the pass to Twal. Coruscant again running across the face of the defence. Goes outside this time to Brooks. Brooks. Twel's back in field. But Jaydn Sullivan's there to make the tackle. And it's the fifth and last for the Tigers. They're 20 out. Wakeham puts the crossfield kick in. It's a great chase. But it's a fantastic take by Feagai. And the Dragons are going to get another couple of chances here, but they've got a long way to go upfield. They just look up and they see the length of the field to go. Tackle 3. Dragons 30 out from their own line. Here's Laurie. Bobsy's man trying to turn this around for his team. Falls into contact. That was very goofy looking. Murdoch-Masila up to halfway on tackle 5. They're not close enough here, the Dragons. They are not close enough. They need to try and force some sort of error as DeBellin gets it on the 5th and last. Do they know it's the 5th and last? They go through the hands. And Sully puts the grubber kick in. It sits up nicely for Buller, who stands firm in the face of the kick chasers. He's done extremely well, the young fella. Once again, Buller standing strong. Collecting the ball. Tigers, 3.5 minutes to go, bringing it out from their own line, a slender 2-point lead. Jack Bird is off the field. I think he was running on empty. The mistakes were creeping into his game, and he's been pulled off the field. Coruscant from dummy half, spots some meters up the middle, and Ben Hunt brings him down. 5th and last, Tigers. Brooks puts it down into the end zone. Ravalawa collects it and charges up. Runs forward for the Dragons. 2.5 minutes to go. This might be one of their last chances here. They might, if they're lucky, get one more set after this one. But this could be it for the Dragons. They've got to throw everything into this one. 2.5 minutes to go. Tackle 3. They're stuck in their own half. They're going nowhere. Laurie. Just one up the middle. Is a little bit of crack there as well. A lot of crack, actually. They stay on the blind side. Feagai. Max to Matthew. The Feagai brothers. And they're up over halfway. 5th and last. This is it for the Dragons. One last shot. Inside and that's a terrible pass from dummy half. But Ben Hunt has got a foot to it. It sits up for him. Has he got support? Hunt fires it back. Amone charging forward now is Sloan. Oh, they've got them outnumbered on the outside. Sully steps back in field. Pops it out the back. Ravalawa for the corner. Can't get the ball down. What a great cover defensive tackle. Ravalawa's calling for a shoulder charge. What an intense finish that turned out to be. Absolutely nothing was on here. This was a shocking pass from Murdoch-Masila. Ben Hunt just throws the foot out, and he's nearly pulled off a miracle. A state of origin level miracle. Ben Hunt has nearly just pulled off here. And they had them absolutely skinned here. It was a try for all money, but Sully steps back in field. They had them 3-on-1, 5-on-2. They were severely outnumbered there, the Tigers. And the Dragons have completely butchered it. The Tigers hold on, but absolutely nothing more. 1 minute 20 to go. How's the heart, Tigers fans? A minute 20, the Tigers just have to get through this set and bang it into touch, and then they might have to make 1 or 2 tackles at the back end of it. And this is a great charge up the field, still going here. The Tigers. And they can just run down the clock here. Inside the last minute, they're in no hurry. Tackle 3. They might have to survive 1 tackle. Tackle 4. Up over halfway they go. This will be it. 30 seconds to go. They'll get 1 play at it, the Dragons. 1 kick return. Unless Brooks thumps it into over the sideline. And then they'll have to set the scrum. And here it is, 5th and last. Wakeham puts it high. They're going to get 1 shot at it here, the Dragons. And they've knocked it on. And the Tigers come away with it. And Buller has it ripped out with 2 in the tackle. That will be a penalty. With 7 seconds to go, the Tigers have won. Don't even risk going for the 2. Just kick it into touch and take the victory. It's been one of those sorts of games. Do not even risk having the shot at goal, having it hit the upright and fall back into the field of play. Just thump it over the sideline. And that's exactly what they have done, and that is it. Game, set, match. The Tigers, 18 points to 16 victors. What an intense game that was at the end. Congratulations, West Tigers. What a game. What a finish. Incredible. That was exciting. I'm so glad that we checked this one out. This was a game that would have been very easy to skip. I'm so glad that we did it, though. All right. 18 points to 16. Well done, West Tigers. Coming up next, Roosters, Cowboys. Here on the Wasted Water Sports, bringing you all the action. I'm going to pop off and have a quick break for about 10 minutes or so. Stick around. We'll be right back for the Roosters versus the Cowboys. Bringing you all the action for that one next here on the Wasted Water Sports. Wasted Water Sports, so welcome back. Game number 2 of your Sunday ticket, covering all the action here on the Wasted Water Sports. What a fantastic game we just saw to start the day, though. Tigers, a very hard-fought and close victory over the Dragons, and that was an intense finish. That was one of the most intense finishes that I think I can remember all season so far. That was great. The Roosters here getting prepared to take on the North Queensland Cowboys, the struggling North Queensland Cowboys. Who'd have thought that at the start of the year, looking at their form from last season, looking at the draw that they had for this season, they have absolutely no right to be doing as badly as they are. How much of that do we put on the Chad? I put it all on the Chad, which is probably a little unfair, but I still haven't forgiven the Chad for stinking the Shire out in his last couple of seasons there at the club. And now, Cowboys fans, he's your problem. Enjoy the Chad. He's yours now, and you're more than welcome to have him. Big game here for the Cowboys. Is it fair to say that it's probably pretty much season over for them if they don't get the victory here? That's the amount of pressure that they've put on themselves. They shouldn't really find themselves in this scenario, but here we are. For the Roosters, they've been up to their typical roostery sort of stuff, starting slow, working their way into the season. They had a fantastic game defensively against the Warriors, keeping the Warriors to a big fat donut in front of their home crowd. So defensively, the Roosters have got themselves sorted. There's still a little bit of things for them to tidy up in attack. But I still think the Roosters will be there or thereabouts come the business end of the season. We'll see what today brings. I'm anticipating probably quite a comfortable victory for the Roosters, the way things have been going. But who knows? There's been a lot of surprises thrown our way so far in season 2023. And let's hope that that continues to happen and we continue seeing some great games of footy. The Duke of Zill, ahoy there, welcome along. The Duke says, let's go Cowboys. Cowboys, they've got a lot of work to do, don't they? Favourite game of Magic Round so far, in all honesty, has probably been the one that we just watched. Not necessarily for the skill levels on display, but just the excitement and the closeness of the game. And the Bulldogs-Raiders game was a pretty good one as well. Apart from that, all the games have been a little bit disappointing. We've seen quite a few lopsided games. So let's just recap what we've had so far in Magic Round. We had a fantastic game to start. An exciting contest between the Bulldogs and the Raiders. And then a dire old game where Manly just didn't even show up, did they? Manly got spanked by the Broncos. The Panthers... The real party girl asks if I'm Aaron Woods. I can understand the resemblance. The Warriors-Panthers game. Panthers were just going through the motions. Quite a comfortable win. Despite only a 12-point difference in the scoreline, Panthers were quite comfortable in wrapping up the victory there, I thought. And then the Sharks just didn't even fire a shot at the Dolphins. Absolutely spanked. The game was over at halftime. And then a very, very disappointing game. The Storm Rabbitohs wasn't even close. It was no contest. And then a fantastic game that we just witnessed to kick off the Sunday ticket. The Tigers down in the Dragons 18-16 in one of the most exciting finishes that I can remember in recent history. So I would have to put that one up there. As the skill levels on display were far from good, but it was a very enjoyable match to watch, and just the heart was racing all the way up until the full-time siren. And hopefully this one here can bring about something similar. The Cowboys really need to pull their finger out and turn their season around. Peter Barraclough. Peter Barra. Cowboys 24, Roosters 12, you reckon? Good morning from Wales. Cowboys to show their true form. They need to start showing something, don't they, the Cowboys? They've got a few big outs, though. Jeremiah Nanai, Tom Chester, two pretty big outs. And then, of course, you've got the Chad. Don't forget the Chad. The Chadster. He's really got to start owning it. Jared Warrior-Hargraves back in for the Roosters as well. Look for a big game from him. Roosters, Cowboys, kickoff coming up next. NRL with Braden. The teams are just going through their last little bits of warm-up in the sheds, and they're getting ready to run out onto Suncorp Stadium. My prediction for the Wooden Spoon has been before kickoff, the Knights, and I'm going to stick with the Knights. But the Dragons are going to give it a pretty good shake as well, to be honest. But I like to stick with my early season predictions, so I'm going to stick with the Knights. I think the Cowboys and the Tigers, they're going to get themselves sorted out at some point. So I still think the Knights are a pretty good pick to threaten for the Wooden Spoon. Especially if they persist with Kalen Ponga at 5/8. I don't know whose decision that was. But Darren Lockyer, he is not. As the Cowboys, there's a little bit of rain around. There's just some drops of rain on the camera. Oh, actually, it is absolutely hammering down. Where has this rain come from? It is suddenly pissing down at Suncorp Stadium. And this is going to make the game very interesting. This is a great equaliser. We saw in the torrential downpour last weekend how much of an equaliser heavy rain can be, as the Tigers got brought very close back with the Panthers and managing to pip them in the torrential downpour last weekend. And look at this. It's on the verge of torrential downpour here at Suncorp Stadium now, as the Roosters run out onto the field. And what is this going to do to both teams? Who does this favour? The rain. Who does it favour? It is bucketing down. It came out of nowhere. The sun was out when we finished the last game, which was only 10 minutes ago. This is unbelievable. Where has this come from? Apart from the obvious answer being the sky. This is absolutely unreal. It's like we're at a different ground. I cannot believe the conditions that we are witnessing here. Crazy stuff. Well, that is going to be a great equaliser to this game. This is now absolutely anybody's contest. I'm going to stick with the Roosters, though, and they will get first use of the ball. It is just hammering down. I can't believe it. The mud all across the stadium. The ground is going to get chewed up quite viciously. It could be a dire old game between the Titans and the Eels now coming up after this one. If this rain keeps up and this turf continues to get absolutely stomped. This is potentially the craziest thing that I've ever seen. The sun was out. The sun was blazing down when we ended the Tigers game. Suddenly, 10 minutes of a break after, as Keary from inside the 40 sends it straight down to Drinkwater on the full. And some horror conditions out there for both teams. Now slipping in the mud is Kyle Felt. Holmes from dummy half. Oh my goodness. The rain hammering down. You can't even see the players as the Cowboys go on a blindside play. Jaydn dummies. Tries to go on his own. Fifth and last. Expansive play for the conditions. And it's back to the Chad to put it high. And this will be a testing kick receipt. Oh, he's done well, though. And scampers away now. And into open space goes Jackson Paulo. Paulo cuts back in field. Stays on the outside. A big don't argue to the Chad. And Valentine Holmes with a try-saving tackle around the legs. And they slide over the sideline. Valentine Holmes, what a tackle. But the fend from Jackson Paulo, well, the take first and foremost. Terrible conditions for catching. And he takes the high ball, swivels around and gets on the outside. The Chad coming across and a big don't argue. Putting the Chad on his ass. But Valentine Holmes with a perfect legs tackle. And in the wet weather conditions, they slide across the sideline and the Cowboys will get the ball back. But that could have very easily been the opening 4-pointer for the Roosters. From dummy half, Robson. Finding some meters here for the Cowboys. As the rain just starts to ease up a little bit again. They're into Roosters territory. Spreading the ball out to that right-hand side. Back to the Chad now. Fifth and last. Puts the ball high again. Paulo, he did well last time. Oh, he takes it cleanly again in very, very trying conditions. And a little bit more orthodox this time for the Roosters as Swalihi is driven backwards in a two-man tackle. There was hail. There was actually hail, apparently, at Suncorp. The rain seems to have ceased, but now the ground is just extremely chewed up and muddy. Captain Redbeard, ahoy, mate. And K.A. Rudy TV, ahoy, and welcome to the Wasted Water Sports as the Roosters take it up to halfway. A very, very thinned out looking crowd now. Some of them stayed around and braved the conditions for this game. But quite a lot of people, you can see, scampered for shelter. Out of absolutely nowhere, Brisbane, it just started pelting down with rain and hail. And the state of the ground right now is really going to make this a tough and grinding contest. I don't think that's going to dry up anytime soon. And we could be in for a tight, low-scoring game on the back of that. Up towards halfway go the Cowboys again. And now into Roosters territory as Jaydn dummies and goes on his own. He's sliding across the ground close to the sideline. You've got to give yourself an extra 10 metres on the inside in these sorts of slippery conditions. The Chad puts it high. Tedesco stands firm and takes the ball. In very, very challenging conditions for the high balls right now. And the Cowboys are up for this defensively. They are keeping the Roosters pinned down here as the Cheese goes for a little dart from dummy half. Backs into the defensive line and chews up some extra metres post-contact. Tedesco in a dummy half. And Billy Smith gets us 40 metres out from the Roosters line. And Brandon Smith kicks on tackle 4. Straight down the throat of Taulagi. And he sends Drinkwater away upfield. And the Cowboys will start in good field position again. 30 out from their own line on tackle 1. Taulagi with the hit up. Kyle Felt this time gets involved. Pushes off Keary. But the Roosters were there in numbers to make sure he doesn't make any post-contact meters after the fend. Robson from dummy half. They're into Roosters territory again. They're winning the early battle here, the Cowboys. Making a lot more meters in contact. Fifth and last, 30 out. It's back to the Chad. He puts it high. This is another tester for Jackson Polo. This time it falls down for Jaydn, and Jaydn will slide over. And we need to have a look at a couple of things here. But so far, Jaydn has just slid over untouched to score the try. It's gone up as no try. I think you will find that this has come forward off the Cowboys. But regardless of the result of this, they have started this game very well. And that's got to be some positive signs for Cowboys supporters, right? Right, chat room? Paulo goes up for it, and it's been knocked forward there by the Cowboys kick chase. And the Roosters will come away with the ball. But the Cowboys have started very, very well. These conditions will certainly make sure that this is an even game. We've seen what can happen in the torrential downpour. The Tigers pipping the Panthers for an upset. You got to win. Okay, Cowboys supporters in the chat room, they've got to win. Got to see an end result. Positive signs are nothing if you don't get the end result. As now Radley sends it out the back. A dummy, and straight through the line goes Billy Smith. Jonathan Manson says if West Tigers can win 2 in a row under a full moon, anything can happen here. As Keary gets the kick away on tackle 5, Drinkwater's there to take it on the full. And again, the Cowboys, they're just winning the early territory battle. And Drinkwater links up with Hiku for tackle 1. Slow play the ball, but they're 30 out, starting from their own line again. The Cowboys in decent position to start the set. Finding some meters out of dummy half is the Chad, and now Valentine Holmes with the quick run, and they're up over halfway again. 4 plays gone, though. The Chad. Out the back it goes. Cotter keeps it alive. Jaydn is tackled. He's put down by Manu. And that will be the 5th and last. On the 5th and last, Townsend runs it. Gets the pass to Cohen Hess, who puts the kick in, of all people. And it's actually not a bad kick. It pops up nicely for the Roosters. But that's actually not a terrible kick. When it came back to Cohen Hess on the 5th and last, you thought they'd buggered it up. Bobsy says, I'm going to jinx it, but I don't think Radley will get binned today. Oh, well, there it is, mate. There it is. It's all over. Radley's been jinxed. Cowboys completing at 100% in the first 10 minutes. So they've got themselves off to a very good start in the conditions. 5th and last now for the Roosters. Goes back to Keary. 40 out from the Cowboys line. He puts it high. Down towards Kyle Felt. The kick chase comes through. Felt falls, slips, ducks under the tackle, gets up and goes again, and is now dangerously close to the sideline. And he is over the sideline, but it's been ruled a double effort in the tackle and a penalty for the Cowboys. A very relieving one. Up towards halfway. Go the Cowboys on the back of that penalty. Jonathan Manson says, anyone like the Eels versus Titans today? I think the Eels will be okay. Yeah, I think the Eels will win quite comfortably, in all honesty. Mind you, if these conditions stay as they are, I mean, it just started hammering down with rain and hail out of nowhere at Suncorp. if the conditions stay the way they are, it's going to be a tough surface to play on. Now Val Holmes in the wet weather bobbles the ball and loses it forward. And it'll be Roosters' ball. These conditions are a great equaliser. So just think 80 minutes of play as there is Ming the Merciless in the coach's box for the Cowboy. In these conditions, 80 minutes of this ground getting chewed up by the players, and then the Eels and the Titans are going to have to come out and play on it. That could be a dire old contest, unless it starts to dry up very quickly out there. That's going to be such a tough game for both teams. I wouldn't be surprised if we see some ankle injuries if things keep up the way they're going in that last game tonight. Eels versus the Titans. As the Roosters here, out to the left-hand edge and over halfway they go on tackle 4. Tedesco steps back in field, takes on Ruben Cotter and loses out on that occasion. Cotter and Hess in a 2-man tackle dump him backwards. Radley, the early kick from Manu on the 4th, in behind the line. The chase is a good one. It sits up in the end goal, and that will be a result. A perfect kick from Joey Manu. And it's going to be a goal line dropout. And if there was ever a case for a short dropout, these are the conditions that you probably try it in. These are conditions where I could absolutely forgive an attempted short dropout. And that's exactly what we see as Drinkwater puts it short and high in the air. It's tapped backwards by the Cowboys, and it's going to fall down for them. And Jordan McLean is there to dive on the loose ball and save the day for the Cowboys. In very challenging conditions here for both teams, the Cowboys are just ever so slightly on top at the moment. Just a smidge ahead, in my opinion, as Cotter takes them up over halfway again. 5th and last. Cowboys. They stay on the blind side. They run it. Robson dummies. Keeps the ball alive. Drinkwater kicks across to Holmes. Holmes gets another grubber kick through. It's not played at. And it shimmies over the sideline. Ricochets up in the air. And into touch. And I would say that is not played at and should be Roosters' ball. Egan Butcher will be off for a HIA. A head clash with Ruben Cotter. And since Ruben Cotter looks like somebody who has no brains, I don't think he's going to be hurt by it. But poor old Egan Butcher, he looks a bit worse for wear. Thirteen and a half minutes gone in very, very challenging conditions. It looks like the sun's back out, though. The sun is just starting to poke through the clouds once again. And the turf might just start to dry out a little bit. Although it does look like it's just still sprinkling down out there. The sun is starting to poke its nose through, though, so I don't know. Fingers crossed. Both teams haven't stopped trying. They're still playing very expansive footy. 6 again here to the Roosters. Manu takes it to the line, steps inside 1, and he's brought down by the sliding defence, covering across. Tackle 1 here for the Roosters, though. 30 out from the line on the attack. Can they get the first points? Collins backs into the defence. 20 out in front of the posts. Cheese goes to the blind side. Manu out the back to Tedesco. Tedesco calls Swalihi on the inside, and it's tapped free of his hands. And it falls for the Cowboys. And another mistake from the Roosters. The Cowboys hang on again. Both teams completing very highly given the unexpected conditions. Fifth and last here for the Cowboys, just over the halfway line again. It comes back to Chad. He puts it high. This is a tester. And Corey Allen's there, takes it very comfortably in the face of the chasers by Jaydn and Kyle Felt, who dump him as soon as he catches the ball. Perfectly timed in the defensive line there for the Cowboys. And the Roosters, once again, find themselves pinned down here in their own half. And the Cowboys continue to win the early territory battle. But there's a good offload there. Tedesco making some extra meters on tackle 4. But still, they're inside their own 40-meter line. And that's a flat pass to Radley, who's knocked it on. It was a flat pass. Radley can't hold on to it. And here is some quality position now for the Cowboys. Matt Lodge, that was never on. That pass was never on. Should Radley have caught it? Yeah, he probably should have, but it would have been a forward pass anyway. That was never on. Three errors to one at the moment, the Roosters. As the Cowboys swing it out to the left. On tackle 2. And now Hess runs it forward. Offloads to Robson. Robson dummies. And he's brought down. 10 out from the line on tackle 3. Cowboys. They've got an opportunity here. Townsend sends it out to the right. Drinkwater fires a cutout pass to Kyle Felt. And Felt is tackled and brought down on 4. 10 out from the line. They're lined up to the left here, the Cowboys. Robson. They go back to the right to Drinkwater. And Lukey just surrenders on tackle 5. This game is very frustrating, isn't it, Ed? It's a frustrating watch so far. The crossfield kick from Chad. It's a little bit too deep. Oh, it could work out for them, though. And it's dived on. It is dived on by the Roosters. Lindsay Collins is there to clean it up. And this will be a goal line dropout. And there'll be more pressure incoming here for the Roosters. Lindsay Collins has scored a great try there if that was up the other end. And it's a low, flat dropout. Up towards halfway. The Chad taps it down. Gives it to Jordan McLean for the hit up. Drinkwater takes it to the line. Out the back to Jaydn. Now Holmes trying to step through. Shrugs off Swalihi. Swalihi comes back at him. Oh, Milky McGee. Val Holmes. He's trying to milk some more. Cotter steps back on the inside and he's chopped down on tackle 3. Cowboys 10 out from the line here. Chad out the back to Jaydn. Dummies goes on his own, Jaydn. And he's 5 meters out on tackle 4. To the left they go. Drinkwater. Drinkwater with the early kick. It's tapped down by the Roosters. It's going to be 6 again. It pops up nicely for Lukey, Peter Hiku. And Drinkwater now. Right beside the posts. Slow play the ball. The Cowboys, though, they've got 4 tackles up their sleeve to try and do something. Here they go. A short ball to Hess. Pops the pass back for Ruben Cotter. And Ruben Cotter has dived over it to score for North Queensland. Right beside the post. They've had the early domination. And now they've got some points to show for it. The Cowboys And the Roosters are just looking a little bit flat in these conditions. Completely unexpected conditions. And the Cowboys are just dealing with it a little better at the moment. And they are full value for what's about to be a 6-point lead, in all honesty. Staggered defense here from the Roosters. Too many gaps that close to the line. And right in between Brendan Smith and Nat Butcher. Ruben Cotter. Right beside the padding. And a very simple conversion here for Val Holmes. Right beside the post. Taps it over, and the Cowboys are up 6-0. And the Roosters have got some work to do here. Not a very good start at all, and not very good signs. The body language from the Roosters there. Radley with his hands on his head, the cheese down on his haunches, his head in his hands. Not very good body language signs there from the Roosters early in this one. As it's still dripping down at Suncorp. Really unexpected downpour. And the rain is starting back up again as the Cowboys take advantage of their early territorial advantage and get themselves a 6-point lead. UFC Only Fam says 8+ points from the Cowboys, both halves, and your multi comes through. Well, they're only a couple of points away right now. Ed Vogel says, in Robbo, I trust. Hopefully, the second half, they get their act together. Plenty of time left in this one. But the Cowboys have got their tails up here as the rain starts to get a bit heavier again. Chad kicks on the fourth, in behind the defense. It's going to pull up just shy of the goal line. And Paulo. Not many meters to be made here. And the Roosters, again, starting from inside their own 10-meter line. It's hard yakka at the moment here for the Roosters. Doing it tough at Suncorp Stadium. Robinson on the sideline. Tedesco from dummy half. And he's up over halfway. He's trying to do it all on his own here, Teddy. Fifth and last, back to Keary to put it high. No pressure on the kick chase. And Drinkwater can just plant himself, have a cup of coffee, have a good old think about it. And brings it back quite easily. It's all just a bit lethargic here from the Roosters. Ed Vogel, you missed the Tigers game. Was it good? It was fabulous. It was such an enjoyable watch. I had that feeling about it, you know. I had that feeling. Two teams down towards the bottom of the table. Could be a good, closely fought, tough contest. And it was. It was actually very enjoyable to watch. As Val Holmes puts the kick back in field. Tedesco's there. Perfectly positioned to bring it back. 16 minutes, 20 to go until the halftime break. And just clueless at the moment, the Roosters. Very flat-footed attack. Nobody seems to know who to pass the ball to. They're not exactly lining up here to take a hit up. Keary in a dummy half. Oh, that's a good run. Charging run forward. Who was that? That was Matt Lodge. What a big bulldozing run. Keary with the inside ball to Radley. Radley's taken down. Just over halfway. Fifth and last. They stay on the blind side. Keary puts it high. This is a better kick chase, but still not good enough. And it's taken easily at the back again by Drinkwater under no pressure. The kick chasers just not getting there to put any sort of pressure on those kick returns. It's just not happening at the moment for the Roosters. It's not coming together. Hiku now taking it forward for the Cowboys. And he's lost the ball here, Peter Hiku, and it's a penalty to the Cowboys. 15 minutes to go until halftime, and the Cowboys will be up in the Roosters' faces again here, starting the set from the halfway line. And that's a good tap and run. Peter Hiku. They're 30 out from the line now. The Cowboys. Cotter takes it into contact. Granville with a good run, but it's a big hit by Victor Radley. 20 out from the line now. Jaydn runs across the right-hand side to Townsend. Out the back to Drinkwater. Drinkwater gets away from 1, 2, still going. And he's brought down by Lodge. 5 out from the line on tackle 4. And that's a loose play, the ball, and the Roosters come away with it. Oh, that's a big mistake there from the Cowboys. 0 tackle for the Roosters. And Tedesco backs into the defense, tries to find some space. And a relieving penalty here for the Roosters. That's just what they needed. They're finally going to get themselves out of their own territory. Boy, did they need that. Egan Butcher has failed his HIA. Egan Butcher is gone for the night. And here is Big Jared. He's on the field. JWH with his first hit up. And they are into Cowboys territory for the first time in a long while. They stay on the short side. Tedesco firing it out. Billy Smith is chopped down. They're 25 out. There's 6 again. Here's an opportunity now. Big Jared fires up. Takes it into contact. He's a bit slow to get up here. Whoa, look at little Ashley Klein in between the two giants. That's a sight to behold. That's a risky spot to get yourself in there, Ashley. Oh, well, Rhea Hargraves, no wonder he was staying down and waiting for the bunker to get involved, because he's just been slapped across the chops. And that would be Tanoa Brown on report, and a penalty to the Roosters. Big defense here from the Cowboys. Kozłowski charging up out of the line. It's 6 again, though, as Manu takes on the line. They're 10 out. Here's an opportunity for the Roosters. Bad pass from dummy half. It's gone backwards, luckily for them. And Radley just has to surrender, and they reset. Tupanua out the back to Keary. Inside ball, Nat Butcher. There's still 10 out, though. Tackle 3. Angus Crichton, good to see him back as well. Manu tries to step away from Holmes. He's still going. Big leg drive from Manu. Tries to get the quick play the ball away. Cheese from dummy half. Fires it across the face of the post to Radley, who was caught a little bit high there. Fifth and last it is for the Roosters. Cheese fires it across. Crichton bats it onto nobody. Billy Smith's back, trying to keep it alive, but Kyle Felt has racked up the ball, and that'll be a handover. And that is a terrible last tackle option for the Roosters. And the defense of the Cowboys at the moment has just got the Roosters a little bit rattled. Oh boy, the look on the face right now of Trent Robinson. I tell you what, if I were playing for the Roosters and I looked over at the sideline and I saw that look, I would not go into the sheds at halftime because I would be fearful for my life. Well, I say it every single game where there's rain. The wet weather is a great equaliser, and that has certainly brought the Roosters down a peg or two. As Tedesco dummies, but he slips as he goes through the gap. Such it has been for the Roosters today. Tedesco creates some space, but then slips over in the wet conditions. Swalihi now. It's Paulo, sorry. And they stay on the blind side. Tedesco stops. Jinx tries to go further forward on his own, but he's caught. They're just going to approach the halfway line again. Out the back they go. Keary. It's tapped on by Manu perfectly. Smith dummies, comes back inside. And now Keary drops the ball. Was he tackled early? He was tackled early, surely. And the referee agrees. And this will be a penalty for the Roosters. Oh, and it's a captain's challenge here. The Cowboys are challenging the call of an early tackle. Billy Smith, he just needs to go to ground here, take the tackle. Oh, it's going to be very touch and go here, this one. It's very touch and go. This might be deemed rather inconclusive to overturn, but the Cowboys will retain their challenge. Oh, the challenge is successful, and this is going to be a knock-on, and everything is going the way of the Cowboys here in the first half. That was touch and go. Could have gone either way. It falls for the Cowboys on this occasion. And this has been a half to forget for the Roosters. There's now an offload and some extra meters here for North Queensland. Oh, that's a terrible play the ball. Terrible play the ball. And here's an opportunity. Hiku's down in back play. Just an absolutely disastrous play the ball. Look at this. He's fired it backwards into the legs of Holmes. Rooster scrum, midfield. 40 out from the line. Looks like Peter Hiku is going to stay out there. Eight and a half minutes to go until the break. Half time at the moment cannot come quick enough for the Roosters. Manu to the left. Smith cuts back in field. Now goes out wide. He's brushed off one, pushed off two, and he's brought down by Kyle Felt. Another strong run from Billy Smith. And this time, he just goes to contact rather than pushing the pass. They stay on this short side. Manu stepping, beating the first up tackle again. And he loses the ball out the back. And now it's tapped down by the Chad. But this will be a knock on by Joey Manu. And it's going to be Cowboys ball. Oh, they're up for it, the Cowboys. They are amped up for this one. It's a challenge from the Roosters. It does look like it might have been ripped out by the Cowboys on that first replay. But we're going to need a better angle than that. Number 14 there is all over the ball. Granville's got his hands all over the ball there. Has he ripped it, though? His hands all over the ball. And it just pops out. And there's the Roosters have just blown their challenge. They've blown their challenge, and the Cowboys are going to get the ball. The Roosters at the moment are suffering the Sharks' Suncorp curse. $14 from 19 completions. 74% to the Cowboys, 84%. That's where the big difference is at the moment. And defensively, the Cowboys, defensively, just well and truly up for it. Now, through the hands go the Cowboys up towards halfway. Still going is Kozlowski. Taken on tackle 4. Granville just shuffles it on. And Tanoa Brown with some great post-contact meters. Nearly slipping the offload away. But he goes to ground. Tackle 5. They're 30 out from the line again. Chad, that's a terrible high ball. But still, it's shallow enough. There could be pressure. And it's lost backwards by the Roosters. And Billy Smith dives on the loose ball to clean up. And they get away with that one. Corey Allen nearly made a complete mincemeat out of it. Brighton charging upfield. Trying to lead from the front here. Trying to get the forwards some momentum. Cheese from dummy half. Tedesco. Smith cuts back on the inside. Billy Smith, that is. And another good run from him. Fifth and last. Just over the halfway line. Comes back to Keary to put it high. This is a much better kick chase. Oh, and he's bumped off the ball. Tedesco's bumped off the ball in an escort attempt. And that will be a penalty out in front for the Roosters. And it's the Chad. Of course it's the Chad. It's the Chad doing Chad things. And bumping Tedesco off the ball. The Chad doing Chad things. And he'll talk about it on his vodcast later. Here's an opportunity for the Roosters. Dummy by Radley, goes on his own, just short of the line. And now he's knocked the ball on over. He was over the line to Panua, the crash ball, and it spurts forward. Cowboys hang on again. The crash ball, he was over the line. He just had to hold on to it and fall down. Roosters, another mistake. And now look at this field position for the Cowboys. Tackle 2 and they're up over halfway. Granville, big hit there by the Cheese. Tackle 4 though, great field position here. Cowboys 30 out from the line. Robson from dummy half, burns through another tackle. 5th and last, Cowboys 56 metres on that set. To the Chad on the right-hand side, it's another poor kick. Belt gets up there above everybody, and Hiku with the second kick, and Smith is just going to have to tap this dead. It ends up being a perfect result for the Cowboys. They are well and truly up for this one. Can they keep it up for the full 80? That will be the ultimate question. And an even bigger question, will the Roosters be this inept for the full 80? It's been an absolute disaster of a first half for them. As Tedesco, another low, flat dropout. Is 6 points enough for the advantage that they've had, the Cowboys, the advantage they've had territorially? Possession, territory, everything. Is 6 points enough of an advantage as Valentine Holmes trying to force the pass and it spills forward and the Roosters will get the ball in great field position and they'll have an opportunity at the back end of this set to try and force some sort of result as we approach the halftime break. How many errors in the last 10 minutes, asks Ed Vogel. A lot. A bloody lot. Scrum down, Roosters, 30 out. What can they produce here going into the halftime break? Eels and Titans coming up next. That's a big run by Waria Hargraves. Oh, he's going to try and swing the momentum all on his own. Radley takes it to the line on tackle 4, and this is better stuff from the Roosters. This is wet weather footy. Just put the head down and charge. The big units. Carey cuts back to... Oh, and he's crunched in the tackle as both players slip. 5th and last. Their kicking option is gone. It's up to the Cheese. Dinks it in over the top and straight down the throat of Kyle Felt. What a terrible kick from the Cheese. And here comes Felt flying up to take the quick tap. Brandon Smith, terrible performance from him so far. And his 5th tackle option taking there leaves a lot to be desired. But in fairness to him, Carey kind of took himself out of the play by getting tackled. There's a little high shot there on Granville. He gets straight up and plays the ball. You love to see it. Here they go to the left-hand side, cutting back infield, though, Taulungi. 5th and last. 30 out from the line again. 20 out now on the 5th and last. That was tackle 4 before. Another big 59-metre gain in that set. It comes back now to the Chat. They're going to take a drop goal. And he pushes it off. He pushes it out wide. Gamer Mel says, does KO pause for you? It happens to me multiple times a game. Just buffers and then comes up with the video error. Been doing that for everybody, Gamer Mel, pretty much. And they refuse to accept that there's an issue. They absolutely refuse to acknowledge that there's an issue with their platform, KO. They just bury their heads in the sand and tell everybody on social media that it's their fault. It's the user's fault. Now Manu, crossfield kick, trying to make something happen out of nothing here. And that will take us into halftime. The Cowboys are their full value for that 6-point lead, but you would have to think they'd be a little bit disappointed to not have a few more. All right, halftime here, 6 points to 0. The Cowboys are up for this one. I'm going to have a quick break, and we'll be back to talk all that first half action after this. hullabaloo. All right. What is the hullabaloo? Wasted World of Sports halftime here. The Roosters have got a lot to do in the second. I mean, they'll be in absolutely no aspect can they be pleased. In absolutely no capacity will they be pleased, but they'd be happy that they're only behind by 6, surely. I feel like the Cowboys, they probably don't want to use the word deserved, but they would probably feel like they could have pinched 1 or 2 more tries. I think with the weight of possession and territory that they had going in their favour. If the Roosters can come out and bag one pretty early on in the second, that'll be a big moment in the game for them. All right. Vobsy says Paulo going to score within the first 5 minutes of the second half. Huh? You got a feeling? Just got a feeling about that? I'd say that Paulo's looked the most likely in terms of the Roosters from that first 40. All right, so here we go. Roosters, they're trailing 6 points to 0 in what turned out to be torrential downpour at Suncorp Stadium. Let's get amongst it and see, because I'm pretty sure over here, I'm fairly certain that over here, if he's got it worked out, we may very well have, we might just have ourselves a pleasantly surprised Cowboys supporter at halftime. Oh, no, he's gone back to the waiting room. He moved himself back to the waiting room. Dustin, you are on the air with Wasted Water Sports. Ahoy.
Hey.
How are you going? I says, how are you going?
I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, doing very well, mate. How are you finding this game? An unexpected,
Looking good so far.
a very unexpected halftime lead, I would say, for the Cowboys.
I agree. Definitely.
Torrential downpour is always a great equalizer. And that rain came out of absolutely nowhere because we had just finished doing the stream for the Tigers game and the sunshine was out. I go away, I have a break in between games, I come back and it is absolutely hammering down. There was even hail.
Yeah, that was crazy. I mean, it was just sunny. It was just sunny like 20 minutes before that.
Exactly right. I couldn't believe it. I thought, this can't be the same ground. They've tricked us.
They played somewhere else, a different field.
I feel sorry mostly for the Eels Titans because the turf is going to be so torn up by the time their game comes around.
Oh, yeah, it's going to be a low-scoring game, too.
It really is. I think it's going to be. And look out for a couple of ankle injuries, I dare say.
Possibly. It's always bad playing in the rain.
So predictions for the second half. Do the Cowboys hold on here? Are they able to keep it up for the full 80? Do the Roosters get their act together? There's only 6 points in it. My personal feeling is that the Cowboys probably would have been a bit happier had they bagged 1 or 2 more tries with the weight of possession and territory they had.
Yeah, no, definitely. But I think that the Roosters might actually come back and win by a few points.
Well, they're going to get a very stern talking to. That much is for certain. The look on Trent Robinson's face on the sideline, if looks could kill, there'd be a lot of dead guys out on the field before that halftime siren sounded. So they're going to get an absolute kick up the butt and they could come out firing in the second.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. I don't think the Cowboys can hold the lead.
And the Chad, you've got the Chad factor. He's been...
Yeah, we need to send him, like, somewhere else. Trade him for an 18-year-old.
Not back to the Shire, please. He can stay well away from the Sharks.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he should be in NRL. Maybe put him somewhere else.
Yeah, he had a real... The change of scenery, I think, did him really well last year, but I think he's comfortable again now. When the Chad gets
they
comfortable...
They giving him, like, a new contract, and then he's just like, oh, good, I got money guaranteed. I can just screw around and do whatever.
Exactly right. You know who that sounds like? Matt Moylan.
Right.
Matt Moylan was in an incredible purple patch of form, and then he got given a new deal, and suddenly he sucks again.
Yeah, it seems like what's going on with the Chad.
That is the Chad. It's a shame, really, because...
He's been injured pretty much half the season. We had Drinkwater for a couple games out, but I mean, really, when they came back, they didn't really do anything either.
No, Drinkwater kind of had he kind of had a little bit of a breakout season of sorts last year as well. That was the thing for the Cowboys. There were a lot of players who played above themselves last year, and it just all sort of clicked together. And now they've all sort of...
not happening this year.
Yeah, they've all fallen off the wagon together in 2023.
Yeah, I would just like one or two of them to have a good game. And then maybe we can string a couple wins together and get into the top 8. I don't see it happening.
Vobsy in the chat says, I reckon we send Chad to retirement. We would be doing the Super League a disservice if we sent him there. Well, as hilarious as that statement is, the thing is, how many playmakers that are just average NRL players have gone over to the Super League and absolutely carve it up? In all fairness to the Chad, Super League might be just the thing that he needs.
Or he might just not try.
Or he might just not bother. He'll retire and take up a career in YouTubing.
Well, at least he has that to fall back on, because he's not going to have a career soon.
That's it. I've never actually watched any of his videos. Are they any good?
No idea.
Oh, no, you've not seen them either?
Nope.
Has anyone seen Chad's YouTube videos? Just out of curiosity. As the teams are back out for the second half, Dustin, thank you very much for calling in, mate. Very nice to talk to you. We need to get back over to the game screen. Otherwise, people are going to start screaming at me on Discord. Where's the game? Where's the game? All right, mate. Enjoy the second half, and let's see if your team can get a victory.
Hopefully.
All right, mate. Catch you later.
Later.
All right. The Roosters back out for the second half of action. Only trailing by 6 points. They'll be relatively pleased with that, I think, in the larger scheme of things. They'll obviously be disappointed to have the 0 by their name. But the fact that they only leaked 6 when they couldn't really have played too much worse than what they dished up. And don't forget, coming up after this one, of course, the final game of Magic Round, the last game of footy for the weekend. Parramatta Eels, Gold Coast Titans. But we've got 40 minutes more of this one to get through as the Roosters get the second half underway. And is that the Chad trying to trap the ball with his foot? And he's made the first cock-up of the second half as it bounces straight between his legs. And luckily for the Cowboys, Tanua Brown was there to collect the loose ball. And this is a better start defensively. Sam Wilson says Chad Townsend's channel is amazing. Well, there you go. Yeah, I've never actually watched one, so... And that is a much better start to the second half for the Roosters. Can they keep that intensity up for the full 40? The Cowboys only out to their own 30-metre line. It's back to Townsend to put the kick down. And on the fall, Tedesco takes it and will return it to the Roosters' 40-metre line and beyond, squeaking out an extra few metres in post-contact. And this is much more promising signs early for the Roosters. Can they get through the set, though, without a mistake? Just go back to the basics. Complete sets. Get down the other end. They've lifted their defensive intensity. Can it spill over into attack now as well? Tackle 4. Looking for a quick play. The ball. It's slow, though. Keary takes it to the line. Out the back is Manu. Dummies. Cuts back on the inside and nearly gets away from the defense. Fifth and last now, Roosters. They're 12 out from the line, midfield. They go to the left. Keary runs it to the line. Tedesco's out the back. Pops the short ball to Billy Smith, and the handling lets the Roosters down again. The fifth tackle options let the Roosters down again, and Kyle Felt's away upfield, and he pushes the pass, and the Roosters will dive on it and get the ball back. And the Cowboys have started the second half very much like the Roosters in the first. The breakaway upfield, one pass away from potentially another try, and the Roosters will come up with the ball. Pretty lazy effort there initially from the Roosters. Not trying to clean up the loose ball on the back of the mistake, and Kyle Felt took full advantage of that. Guilty of pushing the pass, Felt. It wasn't really on. And now a kick through from Manu. It's going to sit up for Tanoa Blake, but Drinkwater rushing across. Gets a kind bounce, gets the ball, and brings it back 5 out from his own line. It was on there, though, for the Roosters. Cowboys doing it tough here to start the second half. Reuben Cotter, nowhere to go. Fifth and last, inside their own 40 again. The Chad will be kicking for distance, finds the grass. It pops up nicely for Tedesco. And Tedesco, once again, brings it back. Some post-contact meters, and they're starting from the 40 again. The Roosters winning the early second half territory battle. Something they couldn't do in the first half. Up over halfway they go. Butcher puts the head down. Goes into contact. Looking for a quick play the ball. Told to go back to the mark. Back to the mark with you, sir. Whoa, cheese with the double pump. Nearly takes Waerea-Hargreaves' head off. And Keary bobbles the ball. And that was miserable. That was just downright miserable from the Roosters. There seems to be no order to this. Like, Brandon Smith, first of all, Waerea-Hargreaves getting in the way. Smith had no idea who to fire the ball to. And some very flat-footed passing has ended up going back to Keary, who bobbles a very simple ball. And this is a scrum down for the Cowboys. And they will find themselves back into Roosters territory here on tackle 2. As Jaydn takes it to the line, makes some great meters, and suddenly the Roosters are finding themselves a little flat-footed defensively as well. Tackle 2 already up over the 40-metre line. 30 out from the line for the Cowboys now on tackle 3, making some great progress here. Granville just shuffling across the face of the posts. A couple of tackles up their sleeve here. The Chads on the short side. Sending Lukey, cutting back in field for the fifth and last. They're 10 out. Chad, Grubbers, in behind the line. Nobody wants anything to do with it here for the Roosters. It's messy. And who's managed to plant the ball down first? Boy, that was scrappy. Tedesco stands and watches it because he thinks Butcher's got it covered. Butcher off the chest and bouncing backwards. I guess you could say that Butcher has butchered it. And Manu has missed it. Everybody's missed it. Do we have a live ball at this point? Let's see this camera angle. Manu has missed it. Oh, has he? Manu's hand. Manu's hand. Gwislowski's hand. Who's there first? Oh, Manu's hand is in underneath there, I think. Joey Manu's hand, I think, is first contact there. Might have just saved the Roosters' bacon here. It's gone up as no try. I think that's going to be very hard to overturn. They've given this a try. That has been awarded a try. Okay, that is unbelievable. Well, Joey Manu's hand is under Gwislowski's. That can only mean one thing. Joey Manu's hand hits the ball first. Joey Manu's hand is underneath there and therefore gets to the ball first. And that is a horrible decision from the bunker. That is just a horrendous decision. It falls the way of the Cowboys, though, and they go 10-0 ahead with the kick to come from right beside the posts. And that decision makes absolutely no sense to me, I'm afraid. As Holmes with an easy conversion, it's 12 points to 0 in favour of the Cowboys. And that is a call that will have a lot of people scratching their heads for a very long time. The Roosters now well and truly on the back foot. Getting us back underway. The Cowboys, in fairness, though, they have come to play. That was a bit of a dodgy call, that one, but they are well up for this game. And you've got to give them credit for that. Now they're shifting it early on tackle one from their own end. Playing with a lot of confidence now, North Queensland. Jaydn dummies, goes down the blind side. Scampering upfield on tackle 3. .67% completion rate here for the Roosters. That pretty much sums it up as Granville. Play on. He's not held. He gets up over halfway. 5th and last. It's back to Chad. Chad runs. Oh, it's Drinkwater. Running to the line. He puts it high into the sky. Oh, it's tapped forward. But you are kidding me. You are absolutely kidding me. Taulagi wanted absolutely nothing to do with that. It is deflected off his boot completely, not on purpose, and it pops up for him. He gets the offload, and Chad, who is just standing in field, twiddling his thumbs, suddenly finds himself in the perfect supporting position to score a try. Absolutely incredible. Taulagi wants nothing to do with this, and it just hits his knee and dribbles forward and pops up perfectly for him. Oh, the very definition of more ass than class right there. I mean, that, in case you were ever wondering, is the very definition of more ass than class. And suddenly, the Cowboys have full value for their first half efforts. They didn't get the chocolates in the first half, but they've had a little bit of luck go their way here in the second, and 16, potentially 18 points to nil is probably the scoreline I thought that they deserved after the first 40. Well, they've got there now by more ass than class, but they have got there. Oh, wow, that is so lucky. So lucky. I don't think I've seen an arsier try than that. Not for a very long while, anyway. Wow. Valentine Holmes from out wide. Oh, straight down the middle. S- 16 becomes 18. And that, I think, is a little bit more reflective. As lucky as it was, it's a little bit more reflective of that first half that the Cowboys had. And they are well up for this one. AFBOCC, the Cowboys scored 2 tries on consecutive sets. Pretty well, yeah. Back underway. They let the ball bounce. It pops up very nicely for them. And it's the Chad taking it into contact. That's how much confidence the Cowboys are playing with at the moment when the Chad is taking hit-ups. Did anybody tip the Cowboys in the Wasted World of Sports tipping contest? This is going to throw some cats amongst the pigeons. Now, expensive play again. Holmes trying to step through. Beats the first tackle. But Manu holds on to him. Gordon Green, ahoy, mate. Playing with a lot of confidence here. The Cowboys now 5th and last. Up to halfway. Chad puts it into the corner. Taken on the full. Corey Allen. But the Roosters look up. And they see a long way to go upfield once again. Big defense from Guzlowski. Putting Smith on his butt. Angus Crichton trying to get some go forward, but he's driven backwards. This is very physical defense from the Cowboys. From dummy half goes Brandon Smith through the gap. He slips. He gets back to his feet. He's brought down again in the second effort. Up towards halfway. Manu tries to go on his own, slips, and goes into contact. 5th tackle. Back to Keary. Keary, there's no pressure on the kick chase. And Felt will just sum up his options here. Decides to take it on his own. 28 and a half minutes to go. And the Roosters just not really showing anything on attack. $18 points to nil. Incredible. Holmes caught, backing into the defense. Fifth and last, short of halfway. Well on top here at the moment, the Cowboys. Chad. It's in behind Tedesco. It pops up kindly for him and he can return it. But look at this. Just outside the 10-meter line. Roosters with a lot of work to do here to get themselves anywhere near back into this contest. The Duke of Zill says, should Cronk be commentating on a Roosters game? Absolutely. Oh, now here they go through the hands. Here's some space. Allen steps back in field, but Drinkwater is perfectly positioned to shut that down. Fifth and last now, the Roosters. 30 out from the line, but at least that showed a little bit of something. As Manu puts this kick high. Oh, and they've made a mess of it here, the Cowboys. Caught offside. This should be a penalty for offside to the Roosters. And here is an opportunity for the Roosters. Opportunity is knocking, and they really need to answer. Oh, it's going to be a goal line dropout. Well, I thought it would have been offside, therefore a penalty. But anyways, they go short here, the Cowboys. Huge moment here. They've tapped it backwards and won the ball again, and Tedesco just throws his arms up. Rick Marsh, ahoy, mate. How are you doing today? James Tedesco just throws his arms up in frustration at what's going on here. I don't understand. And now here's a mistake. Oh, they've been invited back in. They have been invited back in. Once again, Wazlowski dropping the ball in contact. Big hit by the Cheese. And probably a little bit of justice there by the footy gods. Because I don't understand how that wasn't a penalty. It was a clear offside when you knock the ball on into the... I guess they're probably suggesting because Val got that second touch on it, they've called it a knock on first before the offside. That's the only thing I can think of that might have happened in that scenario. But here's an opportunity knocking now once again for the Roosters. They're going to have to answer one of these calls at some point. Kane Higgins, ahoy, mate. 6 again. Cheese scampers out a dummy half. Breaks through the first tackle. He's fighting. Trying to drive forward. He's taken on tackle 1. Sloppy play the ball. Warrior Hargraves now backs into the defense. 2 meters out from the line. Tackle 2. Right in front of the posts. They go left. Keary. Short ball to Crichton. Oh, Crichton. They're still 2 out. A very compressed defensive line here for the Cowboys. Tackle 3. They're back midfield in front of the posts. Smith, slow delivery to Keary. Puts the grubber kick in. And the Cowboys, where was the chase? Where was the kick chase? And it dribbles over the dead ball line for a 7-tackle set. Where was the Roosters' kick chase there? Zero tackle, Cowboys. Opportunity knocked once again for the Roosters, and they failed to take it, just meekly surrendering the ball. We had a beef, Rick? I don't think we had a beef at all. There's nothing wrong with a little bit of banter, a little bit of friendly banter. Jeez, in all honesty, Rick, if I considered that a beef, I would have to be a very, weak-willed individual. Let me put it that way. 5th and last here for the Cowboys. They're on the attack. They're 20 meters out. Can they put this game to bed? The grubber kick from Drinkwater, and the Roosters survive. Manu saving the day again for the Roosters. And it's been called a knock-on against the Roosters. Oh, everything's going the Cowboys' way here. Manu, you thought he was there to save the day. But no, there's been a knock-on called. And the Cowboys are going to have a full set of 6, 10 meters out. And they could go a long way to putting this game to bed with just a quarter of the game left. A very frustrating afternoon for the Roosters. Scrum down. What can they come up with? They've had their opportunities here in the second half, the Roosters. They haven't been able to get themselves over the try line. Townsend double pumps out the back to Jaydn. Gwizdowski cutting back in field. Brandon Smith looking for the one-on-one strip. Very nearly manages it. But the Cowboys hold on to possession. And now, loose ball, knocked on by the Roosters. Oh, it's just all falling the way of the Cowboys. And they're about to have another full set of 6 here, 10 out from the Roosters line. Oh, right into the nuts of Butcher. Jaydn goes on his own. But Manu's there to wrap him up. Very, very big set of 6 here. Cotter trying to scamper away. If the Cowboys score here, it will go a long way to winning the game. If the Roosters can hold on, they're still in it. Mathematically. Realistically, they're probably not in it. Jaydn to the line on his own again. Still 10 out. Not really offering much in this set of 6 so far. Robson from dummy half runs into a brick wall, and he is folded in half there by Tupanua. 5th and last. Chad runs to the line. It's out the back to Drinkwater. It's off Keary. It's going to be 6 again. More pressure incoming here for the Roosters. And Felt recovers the loose ball, but they lose about 15 meters on the play here, the Cowboys. But, importantly for them, a full set of 6 incoming once more. Back into that 10-meter zone on tackle 2. More pressure. Oh, and that's a loose pass. Ruben Cotter drops it cold, and that just keeps the Roosters in with a little bit of a sniff. Ever so slightly. They really need to try and put something together, though. You know what would have been very interesting? If the Roosters and the Sharks played each other. If they played each other in Magic Round and both played the way that the Sharks played and the Roosters have been playing, probably would have been a 0-0 game. Can you imagine? It would have been 0-0 after the 80 minutes. With a record-breaking highest error rate in the history of the NRL from both sides. Relieving penalty here for the Chooks. And they're up to halfway. Can they get something going? There is still 18 minutes to go. It's a long way back for them. But can they get anything happening at all? Just fire a shot. Oh, here goes Collins. Carey with the grubber kick. It's just short of the line. And they stay in the field of play. Kyle Felt with a good run. Cowboys remaining solid. 17 minutes to go. Can the Roosters get any sort of shot? Any sort of shot away? Fifth and last. Drinkwater with the kick. Into the corner. Getting in each other's way here at the back. The Roosters, it's just not happening for them. Racing up in defense. The Cowboys had a loose pass from dummy half. Managing to reel it in was Radley. Keeping the ball alive. Radley from dummy half. Manu steps around the first up tackle and he's brought down from behind around the neck. He's appealing for it. Carey runs to the line. He's got nobody going with him. He's screaming at the rest of the defense, rest of the attack. It's the fifth and last. Tedesco grubbers into the end goal. It sits up for Jaydn, and Jaydn is going to try and slide back into the field of play. He can't quite get there, but look for another short goal line dropout. Roosters have got the ball now. Tackle 3. They're 5 out from the line. Lined up here to the left. Manu to Carey. Tedesco. Tedesco grubbers on tackle 3. Looking for Angus Crichton, and it's just tapped dead. They've got nothing really to offer here. Trent Robertson looks very frustrated. They've just got nothing to offer. If a grubber kick in behind the line with no real kick chase on tackle 3 is your best option. Got to give credit to the Cowboys' defense. Another attempt at a short dropout. Billy Smith is there to take it for the Roosters. Getting into desperation time now for the Roosters. Carey, dummies, goes on his own. And now he's dropped the ball. Carey, oh, they've got away with murder there. The Chad and the Cowboys. Boy, I don't know about that call either. That is the Chad getting a cheeky little hand in there. When it's going your way, boy, does it go your way. And for the Roosters, wow. It's been a day to forget in Magic Round 2023 for the Sydney Roosters. The sweet mercy of the full-time siren cannot come quick enough for Trent Robinson and the Roosters. I don't think it's raining at the moment, Gordon Green, but it was absolutely hammering down at the start of this contest. Drinkwater from inside the 40. Hooks it into touch. No threat of a 40-20 there. Yeah, it was absolutely hammering down early on. Torrential downpour. It was heavier rain than the Tigers Panthers game. There was even hail reportedly. Approaching the last 10 minutes of the game, out the back to Tedesco. It is perfectly read by the Cowboys defense. And Tedesco is folded in half and driven backwards. Billy Smith gets away from the first tackle. Makes some extra meters on the outside. Tackle 4. Can they come away with anything? Anything at all to take from this game, the Roosters? Manu pops it back to Tedesco, keeping it alive now to Brendan Smith. Smith fighting, tussling for every last millimetre. 5th and last. They go to the right to Manu. Manu at the back to Tedesco. Tedesco goes on his own, cuts back in field, and Jaydn chops him down. 2 metres out from the try line. Handover. Approaching the last 10 minutes of the contest. Who's going to win, Titans or Eels? Well, geez, the way that the weekend's been going, you would have to back the Queensland team, wouldn't you? You'd have to back the Queensland team in at Suncorp. But I dare say that the Eels should win. But that's exactly what I mean. What should be happening isn't exactly happening this weekend, as Brandon Smith's hurt. Brandon Smith is hurt. 10 minutes to go. We are inside the last 10, and we are officially in miracle territory now for the Roosters. This, in my opinion, is officially miracle territory. For them, they don't need to be worried about that, though. They just need to find something to take out of this game. And here's some space for Corey Allen. But again, desperation in the cover defense. And he is brought down. Smith. Billy Smith, that is. 5th and last. Playing the ball to nobody. And it's very scrappy. Geary fires it over to Joey Manu. Manu is chopped down just a metre short of the line. And that'll be a handover. And the Cowboys, desperation defense again. They are so determined to hold the Roosters to 0 here. Inside the last 10 minutes. The Cowboys' defense. Well, I mean, the Roosters haven't really offered too much, and now that's been touched, and that's going to be 6 again. Oh, 100% Dustin. 100%, mate. The rain certainly tightened up the scoreline for anybody who might have had overs. Seven minutes 50 to go, and it's the Cowboys just getting through their work, rumbling upfield. 30 out from the Roosters' line now. They find themselves once more. Jaydn. The short ball. The 10 out now, 5th and last. Can they bag themselves another try? Chad Grubber's infield. Tedesco's perfectly positioned. But look at this. The Roosters now Tackle 1, 2 out from their own line. They look up and they see such a long way to go. Oh, and Swalihi drops the ball in contact. And the Cowboys get it back again. And just when you think it can't get too much worse for the Roosters, Swalihi has had an absolute nightmare of the game. And it's a penalty for a high shot. Joey Manu. And they will take the 2 here. Surely the Cowboys, just to well and truly put the game to bed. To try and make it 20 points to 0. 20 points to 0. Can you believe it? Dustin Fisher says, no, I can't, but maybe I start believing again. Maybe. Val Holmes moves in, strikes it. He's been kicking perfectly today, and that's another perfect one. 20 points to 0. 5.5 minutes to go. It has been the afternoon of the Cowboy. Don't forget, coming up after this one, I may as well do it. The last game of Magic Round. Parramatta Eels, Gold Coast Titans. Can Queensland cap off a fabulous Magic Round weekend for the home teams? $6.25. Oh, there's a little bit of a break. There is quite the break before the Parramatta Titans game. That's good. I need to rest my voice. 20 points to 0. 5 minutes to go here in this contest. Roosters ball. Can they just get themselves off 0? That's their mission now. In all honesty, Vobsy, could New Zealand justify having a Magic Round? Like, in all honesty. I really don't see a New Zealand... Oh, and now an error. They have just got the 6 again, and they have dropped the ball on the first tackle. The Roosters. And look at how pumped up the Cowboys are. Oliver Walsh says, I told you, the Cowboys are getting it done. They are getting it done all right. 20 points to 0. 3.5 minutes to go. James needs the Roosters to score. Cowboys, next 5 games. Dragons, Tigers, Eels, Storm. Well, they might be able to bag a couple of wins there. Poor old Dragons traveling up north to play the Cowboys on the back of both teams' efforts this weekend. Fifth and last here, Cowboys. Drinkwater puts it high. Tedesco's there, takes it on the full. Points, any points. Take a drop goal at this point, even. Take a drop goal. Get 1 point. Don't be stuck on 0. Oh, what a charging run there. Was that Matt Lodge? What a run. Knocking the defense backwards. Xander Abrahams. Ahoy there. The score does very much say it all. Very much says it all. Kiri, dummies, goes through a gaping hole. Kiri, Drinkwater to beat. Drinkwater nails him and puts him down on the fifth and last. 10 out from the line. It comes back to Manu. Manu running. Tedesco. They're going to get caught in the fifth tackle again here. Oh, and a 6 again. It's going to be a penalty. They're going to get another shot at it here, the Roosters. Oh, look at the blood pouring out of the left eye. Is that Lindsay Collins? He's got a gusher. He's got a gusher. Kiri. Short ball to Angus Crichton. And finally, for the Roosters, it took 78.5 minutes. But finally, the Roosters get over the line. 20 points to 4. Kick to come. For the Roosters, finally. And Angus Crichton goes straight through the outside shoulder of Chad Townsend. $20 points to 4, kick to come. Swally, he moves in, strikes it. He hooks it just inside the near upright. 20 points to 6. There you go, James. 20 points to 6. 30 seconds to go in this game. But it's been all Cowboy. From the very first set of 6, it looked like the Cowboys were up for this one, and they have kept it going for pretty much the full 80. They'll be disappointed to have let that try in at the end, but at least it's good news for someone. Dollars tonight for James. Whoops. Kiri kicks from the kickoff. Corey Allen does not get the bounce, which has just summed up the night for the Roosters. Oh, now Crichton's had his head taken off. Somehow it's not I think it's too late in the game for anyone to care about penalising it. And that will be game, set, and match. 20 points to 6. The Cowboys, with easily their best performance of the season so far. Very easily their best performance of season 2023. Shack of Hearts says, anyone placed on report? Yes. Jermaine Tanua-Brown was put on report for the Cowboys. Not so, I'm not too sure about the Roosters. But yes, definitely Tanua-Brown was put on report for the Cowboys. I know that much. 20 points to 6 as the score is still updating itself. I reckon Sivo anytime try scorer is a very jolly good bet. Titans, Eels coming up in about 30 minutes' time. Yeah, I reckon Sivo's a very good bet. Khan Pereira, a very good bet as well for anytime try scorer. There could be a very good multi in the main. But, excuse me. But then again, let's not forget the conditions. Let's not forget the conditions right now as well. Because it has been hammering down throughout the course of this game. So expect some wet weather footy. And maybe that means some of the try scoring is going to be more forward oriented. Maybe that brings a David Fafita into reckoning for any time try scorer. Some things to consider coming up next for the Titans versus the Eels. I am going to reset, rest, reload. And we'll come back for the very last game of Magic Round. It's been exciting so far. A few unexpected results have been thrown our way. But overall, it's been a very enjoyable weekend so far. One game to go. Can Queensland make it a clean sweep on home soil? Let's find out very soon. I'm going to pop off for a little bit of a break. I'll keep the stream running. And I'll be back in about... What time does it start? I'll leave the stream running because it's just easier than trying to set up something new. 6:25. Okay, so I'll be back in about 25 minutes. I'll come back at about 1:15. All right, Wasted World of Sports, 20 points to 6 here in favour of the Cowboys. A very quality victory for them. Parramatta Eels, Gold Coast Titans coming up next to end Magic Round. We're going to have a quick break here on the Wasted World of Sports, and we will be back to bring you all the action live. Coming up next. Wasted Water Sports, ahoy! Are we all amped up for the last game of Magic Round? Have you got your bets in order? That's the important thing to ask the chat room right now. NRL with Braden says, when is kickoff? Kickoff is approximately 8 minutes away. Approximately. 8 minutes to go. Yeah, have we got the bets in order? I'm still leaning towards Pereira as first try scorer. And the way that this weekend's been going, I would not discount the Queensland team to make it a clean sweep. Queensland looking good coming into Origin this season. It'll be interesting to see, though, because quite often we see the Queensland teams not exactly in the hottest of form around Origin period. So it's always a pretty big deal when Queensland inevitably defeat New South Wales in the State of Origin best-of-3 contest. This year, it's a little bit different. This year, Queensland teams are actually looking red hot. And it's a little bit too early to be talking about State of Origin, but I've got Queensland ever so slightly ahead at the moment. They'll try and claim the underdog tag, of course, but James says it's too hard. Well, I think Mike Acevo, no matter what the conditions are, Mike Acevo is always a pretty good, solid anytime try scorer bet for Parramatta. Clint Gutherson, Pereira for the Titans. Outside of that, it's anybody's guess, isn't it? It's going to be a tight game, I really do truly believe that, especially with the wet weather that's been around. The turf got absolutely decimated during that Roosters Cowboys game. It's going to be very interesting to see the condition of the field more than anything else when these two teams do run out there. There's been a little bit of a break in play, so I should imagine the ground staff has been out there doing whatever magic it is that they do to get the turf ready for the next game that they've been doing all weekend and doing a bang-up job of it as well. But that's the thing that I'll be keeping an eye on. How chewed up is that turf after the previous encounter? They've left themselves a little bit of a gap, a longer gap than usual, in between these two games. So they'll be out there doing some running repairs, I should imagine, as we count down to kick off in this one, the final game of Magic Round. And it certainly hasn't been magic for a lot of teams this weekend. So there's been some really disappointing performances. And I've got to say that the most exciting games for me to cover have been the teams down towards the bottom of the table. The Bulldogs versus the Raiders. That was a fabulous game. And then the Tigers Dragons kickstarting today's action. That was a fabulous game. All the other ones, they've been a little bit disappointing. The Sharks didn't fire a shot. Manly didn't fire a shot. The Storm weren't allowed to fire a shot. And the Roosters today didn't fire a shot. There's been some really disappointing performances from some teams that you would have expected to go just a little bit better. Surely the Eels win. CR Sports, I agree with you on that one. Surely the Eels get the win, but anything can happen here. It's more of a home game for the Titans than it is for the Eels, and the wet weather that's just lurking around is going to keep things very interesting indeed. So maybe it won't be as comfortable as it probably would have been on dry track. But we'll see. I am, of course, anticipating an Eels victory. Maybe it won't be as convincing as we come to expect. Exactly, the Duke of Zill. Exactly right. This weekend has thrown up some surprises. We were all dead set certain that the Roosters were going to win. It was just a question of by how many. And look, they got absolutely pumped. 7 minutes to go until kickoff in this one. It is the final game of Magic Round Weekend. I cannot believe that I've got through all games. So, my voice is ready to give out at absolutely any moment, but somehow I've done it. This is the first weekend ever in the 2-year history of this channel covering NRL games that I've done every single game. And it's been a monumental effort, to say the least. It's just a shame that some of the games weren't a little bit more exciting. All that bike riding, indeed. That 3 days that I managed to do. 3 out of the 7. Jack Parapu, sorry. Jack Parapu. Paras to win this game. We shall see. Wow, this is a very yellow-looking jersey by the Titans. Was that the Titans? I should imagine that the weather probably put a few people off today. A lot of empty seats around there. So, yeah, we were talking about the possibility of a Magic Round in New Zealand. Who was it that brought that up? I question whether that would be successful. I really do. I can't imagine a New Zealand crowd getting out for rugby league for an entire weekend like this. Especially when it doesn't involve the Warriors. Obviously, the Tigers take some games to New Zealand every now and then. So the Tigers probably have a little bit of a following over there. But I can't imagine that I think Magic Round should stick with Brisbane. But what I would like to see from Magic Round is for the schedule of Magic Round to fall on a genuine Broncos home game. That's what I would like to see. I think that's the only thing broken with the format at the moment. And here we go. Teams are running out onto the field. Parramatta Eels are out first. Clint Gutherson leading them onto the field. Let's jump over to the game screen. The Titans currently sitting in 10th spot. The Eels in 12th. But that could change very quickly. Depending on who gets the W here. Titans next down onto the track. Starstream, ahoy! Game ML, who are you backing? I've got the Eels in this one. James is still trying to get his house in order for the betting. Yeah, I'm going for the Eels. We can't have a Queensland clean sweep. Let's knock a Queensland clean sweep on the head as Gutherson gets us underway. And this is it. The end of Magic Round for season 2023. And it's the Titans who have first use of it. Are we in for another close encounter like we got to start the day with? That last game was a little bit... Oh, that's a loose play of the ball. And that is a disastrous start for Brian Kelly and the Titans. Here is an opportunity very early on for Parramatta. Play 3, a loose play the ball. And Parramatta will have a scrum down. 10 out from the line. 20 out even. It's a little bit further along than I realised. Heel fries, ahoy mate. A dream start for Parramatta. Geez, my first try scorer is not looking good. Khan Pereira for the Titans. Scrum down. Moses off the back of the scrum. Paulo cutting back infield towards the posts. Draws in 3 defenders and is put on his back for tackle 1. Another bulldozing run here from Greg. A metre out from the line. Trying to get a quick play the ball away, but he's cramped up. Crowding the ruck area. And now Gutherson's got space, pops it over to Micah Sevo. And who had Micah Sevo in their anytime try scorer market? Because there he is, the big man, inside the first 2 minutes. Over for a try, 4 points to 0. Kick to come from out wide, Micah Sevo. He's over again, the big unit, for another try. Dylan Brown, dummying on the inside, goes outside to Gutherson in space. The basketball pass over the top, and Sevo is in the corner. Parramatta, a dream start. Four points to 0. Kick to come from out wide. And for the Eels, they could not have asked for any better a start than that. Micah Sevo now heads to the top, joint with Campbell Graham of the try scorers chart for season 2023, both on 11. Mitchell Moses from the sideline. He's on his favourite side. He moves in, strikes it, hooks it away to the... hooks it away past the near post. And it stays 4 points to 0. But what a start for the Eels. A minute and a half into the contest. And Sevo slides over in the corner. Oh, Gamer Mel, did you have Sevo as first try scorer? Good job. Back underway, the Titans, they've got to regroup quickly. Ivory, ahoy there, up Parramatta. Dream start for the Eels. And now, Greg bringing it back. What can they do with their first set of 6 after points? Theo Fries was there just a couple of seconds ago. He went, yowza. And now they stretch it to the right-hand side. Parramatta playing expansive. And it looks like they've done a pretty decent patchwork job on the ground. It's dried out a lot since that last game. The 25-minute break probably contributed a lot to that. Fifth and last, Eels. Moses just dinks it in front of the fullback. And it's a good, solid defensive line chasing up and putting Campbell down. And now big defense, 4 in the tackle, driving them backwards. Tackle 2. 10 out from their own line, the Titans. Slipping into contact there, Philip Sami. But they're not going anywhere quickly here, the Titans. Fifth and last, they're only up to their own 30-metre line. And hurrying the kick away was Tanner Boyd. Now a huge cutout pass fired across by Gutherson. And Simonson brings it back to halfway. And Parramatta, they're not afraid to throw the ball around here early. They've got some confidence. Sean Lane brings it up on tackle 3. They stay on the right-hand side. And Hopgood runs on his own. Takes it into contact. 20 out now from the Titans line. They're on the attack again. To the left-hand side they go. Moses out the back to Brown. Cutting back in field. Oh, and that's a little bit of a loose play the ball, but they get away with it. Brown grubbers into the end goal. It's been well picked up by Jaydn Campbell. And the Titans, they hold on there. But only just. And a relieving penalty here. A dangerous tackle. Just getting a little bit too high there was Greg. And that is just what was needed for the Titans to try and get some territory. So many rat's tails. Big defense again here, Parramatta. Making sure that the Titans don't get any go forward. They've created some space here on the left. The sliding defense is across, and they do just enough to chop the Titans down. 40 out from the Eels line. Can they strike back? Now they've created some space again, but cutting back infield. And caught, tackle 4, 20 out. It's an opportunity here for the Titans. Tino goes into contact, just settles it down. 5th and last, 10 out to the right of the posts. They go open side to Boyd. They're going through the hands. And now a grubber for the outside man. And Gutherson will dive on the ball. But there's been some serious interference there on the kick chase. And it's going to be a penalty to the Titans. And Clint Gutherson has been sent for 10. Clint Gutherson has been sent for 10 in the bin. A professional foul. A professional foul holding the defender back. Khan Pereira, it's clear as day. He grabbed him around the waist. There was absolutely no fight from Khan Pereira, though, so... I mean, but rules are rules. And here's an opportunity for the Titans. An extra man for the next 10 minutes. Boyd brings it to the left now. Fafita, David Fafita with the offload back inside to Kieran Foran. And those old legs get pumping. And Kieran Foran dives over to score and equalise this game with the kick to come. 4 points apiece. They did not need much of an invitation there, the Titans. And we've got game on here, well and truly. The Titans, they look like they're up for this as well. Much like the Cowboys in the game previous. The Titans, they're here to play. James, you bet over 41.5, and this is a great start. I was a little bit worried about overs when that rain happened earlier, that torrential downpour. I was a bit concerned about overs. But it seems to have dried up a little bit. Still a little bit of dampness on the ground. But we've seen a very open and free-flowing start to this game. Oh yeah, Gamer Mel, I must get around to doing that one of these days. It's just so hard to find the time to record videos. I mean, that's why I switched to live streams for Intoxigamer back in the day. Tanner Boyd moves in, strikes it, pushes it way out to the right of the sticks, and it stays 4-all. The goal kickers are having a rough time to start this game. Four points apiece, approaching the 10-minute mark. And we could be in for another great game here to end Magic Round. Queensland going for a clean sweep. Moses gets us back underway. And Fodawaker with a big... Oh, Halligan would have nailed it for sure. Jason Taylor. He was another one. Hazem El Masri. Jeez, there's been some quality goal kickers over the years. Through the hands, trying to use that extra man advantage, the Titans. Stretching the Eels to the right. And now breaking away from Micah Sevo. Sevo comes back at him. Grabs him by the collar. Slams Sami to the ground. But it's the Titans on the front foot. Tackle 4. 30 out from the line. Now, Campbell creates some space. They've got the overlap again. The defense covers for the Eels, and it forces the Titans back in field. 5th and last, 10 out. They've gone 90 metres upfield here on this set. Going through the hands now. Foran dummies and goes in for a double. Kieran Foran. It is the Kieran Foran show here at the moment as the Titans go 8-4 ahead. They went 90 metres off 5 tackles. A set after points. And Foran sells the dummy and just goes straight through the defensive line. As easy as you like. The Titans are about to be 10 points to 4 ahead. And Gutherson is still in the sin bin for another good 6 or 7 minutes. Wow, what a helter-skelter start to this game. All the momentum completely swung on its head when Gutherson was sin-binned. 10 points to 4. The Titans on top early. Who's gone for the Titans in the Wasted Water Sports tipping competition? Not many people, I should imagine. All the usual culprits, I would expect. The usual Queensland tippers. But yeah, not a lot of people. Not a lot of people at all. But the Titans, they are here to play. Back underway, Fodawaker with the first hit up again. They went 90 metres in the last set. The Eels, they need to step up defensively and keep hold of them this time. Keep them pinned down this end of the field and get the ball back. Bobsy says, you know, it's going to be a rough day when Foran has scored a double within 15 minutes. He could get a hat trick, the old fella. Can you imagine that? And there's slightly lifting in the tackle. Dangerous stuff there. You're playing with fire when you drive the player into the turf on any sort of angle. Gets away with it there, Greg. Fifth and last. Boyd from inside the 40 puts it high. Sivo plants himself under it. And now he can wind up and run it back at the Titans' defense. He's driven backwards in the tackle, Sivo. The three-man defensive wall of the Titans. Standing firm. A dream start for the Eels, scoring inside the first 2 minutes, but it's been all Titans ever since. Now Brown takes it to the line. He's got Lane on his shoulder. They stay on the blind side. Moses. Bringing Simonson back in field. Gutherson, 3.5 minutes left in the sin bin. Fifth and last for Parramatta. Staying on the blind side again. Brown puts it high. It's very close to the sideline. Oh, it pops back for Sivo. And Sivo knocks it on, potentially. We're having a look. Has he knocked it on? It's going up as no try, obviously. We're looking at a couple of things here. Brown, everybody sort of held off it because it looked like this was going out on the full. And Sivo has just kind of snuck through. Has he got hands on it? Nobody's got hands on it. It bounces. It hits the knee of Sivo, hits the hand there. So he's knocked it on, has Sivo, and he's taken without the ball. Well, attempted by Jaydn Campbell, but it's a knock on by Sivo, I think, regardless. And he's bounced it for good measure. But boy, that was a lot closer than it had any right to be. The Titans just hanging off that ball, thinking it was going to go out on the full. It looked like it was going out on the full. Zero tackle now, Titans. 7 tackle set to get themselves back up the other end and put pressure on in attack. And here is a penalty which will be very helpful for them. Geez, Parramatta are a bit lackadaisical there. 3 minutes left in the sin bin for Gutho. The penalty was sounded and they all turned their backs. Parramatta, the Titans were prevented from taking the quick tap, but they all turned their backs on the play. The Eels, lucky to get away with that one in the end. For the Titans, back on the attack, 35 out from the line. Boyd running it. They've created space again. Can't get the ball out wide. Sivo racing up and puts the hit on Jojo Fafita. Staying on the blind side where they've got the numbers again. Cut out pass into space goes Khan Pereira. Leaves the ball behind him. And that's good sliding, covering defense from Parramatta. Forcing the mistake and getting the ball back. And it was Dylan Brown. Dylan Brown did just enough. And Simonson there to support him. Good defense. Lining up against an extra man there on the short side. Paulo off the base of the scrum. 1 minute 45 to go for Gutherson in the sin bin. Parramatta just trying to get through this next minute. Get back to a full complement of players. Tackle 4. They're up over halfway now, Parramatta. Good defense from the Titans, though, ensuring they don't make too many meters. And back to Moses, puts the ball high. This is a tester. The chase is up there. Oh, but it's taken well in the face of the kick chasers. Jojo Fafita stands firm. $10-4. It remains in favour of the Titans. 17 minutes gone. Now they spread it to the left. David Fafita passing it along. Stepping back in field is Brian Kelly. And he's brought down from behind by Andrew Davey. Desperate tackle. Fifth and last, Titans. They're 30 out again. Now Boyd cuts back to the short side. Puts the ball high. Moses takes it. Surrenders. Oh, and Moses diving on him is Chris Randall. A prone Mitchell Moses on the turf. And that's a penalty for the Eels to piggyback upfield and get out of their own danger zone. 27% possession. Since Gutherson has been in the sin bin, it's been all Titan. Finding touch, 30 out from their own line. Gutherson is back on. Now the Eels can reset and try and get back into their work. A lot of damage done while Gutherson was in the sin bin. Paulo at the back to Moses. Cutting back in field is Davey. And he's chopped down on tackle 4. Oh, blindside play. Moses links up with Penasini. Fifth and last Eels inside the 10. They're lined up to the left. Moses will grub her in behind the line. It's going to sit up for the Eels. No. Brown misses the ball straight over the top. Straight over it. James says, do you remember Mahatma Coat? Oh, yes. Okay. From the footy show, yeah? Yes. Was he from the footy show? Anyway, short dropout. Yes, I remember that. I had to look it up, I'm not going to lie. But yes, I do remember now. Geez, I bet you couldn't do that anymore. You can't have fun like that anymore. Greg. I'm going to laugh every time I say it now. Greg is tackled a metre short of the line. Moses out the back. Shifter play out to the left. Brown stepping. Can't get through. Tackle 4. Gutherson at dummy half. Runs away. He's got Lane on his shoulder, and Lane gets very close to the line here. Sean Lane. He ends up getting very, very close. I've still got the Reg Reagan DVDs. Those were fantastic. Very close to the line here, Sean Lane, but he's not quite there. Has he maintained possession? He might have lost the ball here. This could come up being Titans' ball. Has he maintained possession? Yes, he has. Yes, he has. Fifth and last, though, Eels. They'll get one last shot at it in this set. And here we go. Fifth and last. Terrible pass. Brown makes something out of it, but there's no kick chase to speak of. And Jaydn Campbell steps Paulo and brings it back out. 10 metres upfield they go. The Titans, when they had absolutely no right to. Fafita with the offload. And making some extra metres upfield. Titans, they're good value for their lead at the moment. A kick on tackle 3 from inside the 40. He doesn't have the angle on it for a 40-20. But it has turned the Eels around. And Dunster has to turn around, go back a long way, and then come back. And he can only make it 15 out from his own line. Big defense here from the Titans, driving them backwards. They are up for this one. On the left-hand side, they stay. Simonson on tackle 4. Centre field, Hopgood goes on his own. Now gets the offload away. It's loose. It's play on. Penasini. 35 out now from the Titans line. 5th and last. That turned out to be a good set in the end. Moses puts it high. It's a little too deep. And Campbell will take it under no threat. And he looks up and he spots a couple of lethargic defenders. And boy, is he dangerous on those kick returns. Jaydn Campbell just pinching meters when he has no right to. Greg's gone off, so we've lost that little bit of entertainment. And once again, I have wandered off, and the second I wander off, something happens, something exciting. As the Titans create an overlap down the left, Calm Pereira kicks and chases for himself. It pops up nicely, perfectly, and Pereira scores. And the Titans down this short side, looking dangerous again. And every single time I step away, something amazing happens, and I miss it. The Titans are up for this one. Well and truly. $14 to 4, kick to come. After the early 4 points to 0 lead, after a minute and a half for Parramatta, it has been all Titan. Boyd moves in, puts it straight down the middle. 16 points to 4. 15 and a half to go until the break. Titans, they are here for the battle. Jeez, that was a messy little kick and chase. But boy, did it work out for him. Popped up perfectly. $16 to 4. What a turn up. And once again, we've gone, surely such and such should win this comfortably. And they're getting a little bit of a touch-up. $15 to go until half-time. And Parramatta have just failed to get themselves back into this game after the Clint Gutherson sin bin. Titans up towards halfway, 5th and last. And Parramatta, they'll get their mitts on the ball, surely, at the back end of this. But what kind of field position will they be in? Boyd, high into the corner. Sivo's there. Takes it on the full. He can wind up now. It's a solid line of defense from the Titans, though. Nowhere to go for the Eels. And they're very slow getting back as well. Some of these big Parramatta forwards retreating ever so slowly. 3 tackles burnt. And they're only just all back there now. Lined up to the left. And Madison takes it up to halfway. Paulo at the back to Brown. Trying some fancy footwork, but there's no way through. 5th and last Eels. Moses puts it high. It's not very deep. How's the chase? Pressure on the kick chase. But taken very safely at the back. And now Campbell has a little bit of open space, but he slips. And the Titans secure the ball. 20 out from their own line. Now playing expansive, going to the left, across the face of posts. Fafita, taken by Mitch Moses, of all people, has been doing a number on David Fafita in this first half. Who would have thought? And here is a penalty to the Titans. Oh, late in the tackle count. And they are going to get a big piggyback upfield here. Absolutely nothing going right for the Eels here after the first minute and a half. Blindside play from dummy half. Randall gets himself inside the 20-meter zone. Here come the Titans again. Boyd at the back to Campbell. Stepping, has to cut back in field. Looking for something to open up. Puts on the footwork on a couple of big forwards, but they chop him down. Now to the left, they've created some space again. But another big hit put on for Fafita. Forward, running back midfield. Caught in front of the posts on tackle 4. 10 out from the line. A couple of plays up their sleeve. They go to the right. Boyd will kick on tackle 4. It's taken a deflection, and it sits up. Has Gutherson got the ball down first? It looks like it, and it's going to be a goal line dropout. Mr. Ed's Dead says, lol, go Titans. Ah, Mr. Ed, you've jumped onto the Titans, huh? Nice. Much better than the Rabbitohs. Zero tackle here for the Eels. It turns out that it was touched by one of the Titans players. And a 7 tackle set incoming here for the Eels. Down the short side they go. Brown, dummies. Almost gets through. And he's taken down on tackle 2. 30 out. This is better from Parramatta. They've got some go forward. And they are 20 out now on tackle 3. Staying on the short side. Brown again dummies and goes on his own. They're ready for it this time. He's done it a little bit too much. And they stay on the blind side. Hodgson from dummy half. Lane on the crash ball. 5th and last. They're a couple of meters out again. Brown out the back. Moses has got it. Keeps it along to Gutherson. And now Penasini with the grubber kick in. It's been touched by the Titans. Dived on by the Titans. And they will start this set a metre out from their own try line. But they hold on again, most importantly. Ivory, Neil, your team is the Bulldogs, Penrith, and Tigers, Manly. That's a lot of teams. A lot of teams. Fifth and last, Titans finding it hard to come by meters in that set. It's a great kick, though. It splits the Eels' defenders. And Gutherson only manages to get just beyond the 20-metre line in the kick return. And the Eels driven backwards now. Micah Sevo. And with 9 minutes to go until the break, Parramatta, they've got a lot of thinking to do at halftime. Cartwright with the offload. Gutherson's there. They go along the line, down the left, and the play dies with Sean Lane again. There's been no threat of that ball going out any further than Sean Lane on the left-hand edge. 5th and last as Simonson goes to ground. 25 out from the line. Back to Moses. Moses with the high ball. The kick chase is a lot better. And this is pressure on Jaydn Campbell. But he stands up and takes it. Leaping above the kick chasers, Jaydn Campbell. He passes his first test. And the Titans looking good. Trying to set up a Queensland clean sweep in Magic Round. The Eels just starting to go up a gear or two defensively. 5th and last, Titans 40 out from their own line. Back to Boyd. Keeps it low and flat. Straight down the throat of Dunster. And they're just starting to get ever so slightly on top in the territorial stakes here the past few minutes. The Eels. Penasini breaks away from the first tackle. Some valuable meters upfield. Over halfway they go now on tackle 3. Trying to get themselves into some sort of position for an attacking kick. Moses to the line. And now Penasini. Cut down by Brian Kelly. Show and go by Cartwright. Now they've got some space. Brown dummies. Go straight through. Where's the support? It's on the outside. Sevo looking for a double. The big man. And he is caught just short of the line. 5th and last. Oh, millimeters in it there from Micah Sevo. Brown with the crossfield kick. The chase by Moses. It sets up and evades everybody. But the Titans regather the ball. And it will be a goal line dropout. 6.5 minutes to go. And the Eels are just slightly starting to get themselves on top in territory and possession. The past 6 or 7 minutes. Can they get some points to show for it, though? Otherwise, it's all a little bit pointless. Titans, short dropout. Perfectly placed, that one. And it's lost forward by the Titans. Lost forward by Gutherson. A double knock on, but it will be Parramatta ball. Max 05 FJ says, come on, Eels. Scrum down. 15 out from the line. In front of the sticks. What can Parramatta fire up here? They go left. Hodgson. Brown's cutting around. Trying to create the overlap. They can't do it. And that's tackle 1. 10 metres out from the line. Sean Lane again. No threat of a pass there when the ball comes to him. And he goes to ground on tackle 2. Hodgson out to the right. Madison changing angle. Back to the left they go. Oh, Sean Lane pops it out the back and it might have been knocked on here. No, it's play on and the Eels are close to the line again. Simonson. It's now called a knock on. There we go. Berserker 2113. Titans 80-minute stint. Question mark. We'll see. Can they keep it up for the full 80? Marcus Hazelman, ahoy there. Thanks for the live. Listening from Samoa. Nice. Shack of Hearts says, go Titans. Got to rep the Queensland teams. Queensland going for a clean sweep this magic round. Dolphins, Broncos, Cowboys, all victorious. Titans, ever so slightly on top here. Scrum down and Titans ball. They've created an overlap here. Khan Pereira can't get away, though, from the cover defense of Penasini. Fafita drawing in 3 defenders, as always. 3.5 minutes to go until the break. Titans leading by 12. But they've found meters very hard to come by the past 10 minutes or so. This is a good run by Tino up towards halfway on tackle 4. They should get into Eels territory to end this set. Fafita with another hit up. Backing into the defense, making some post-contact meters. And they're 40 out from the Eels line on the 5th and last. Boyd puts it high. How's the kick chase? No pressure on Gutherson, but there is a wall of Titans defense. And they drive him backwards. And Parramatta have got 90 metres to go upfield in what will probably be their last set. Actually, they might get one more set after this, going into half-time. They go wide to the right, keeping the ball alive. Penasini back into Moses, firing the ball back across to the left. And just settling things down in midfield is Makatoa. A kick from inside the 40 on tackle 4. He doesn't have the angle for the 40-20, and it sits up for Campbell to bring it back for the Titans. And Campbell's got some space here. Oh, as he steps right into an absolutely bulldozing shot by Ryan Madison. That was a bone rattler on little Jaydn Campbell. A minute and a half to go until half-time. Half-time cannot come quick enough for the Eels, that's for sure. A try in the first minute and a half, and then nothing to show for it ever since. A Clint Gutherson sin binning, and it's been all Titans. One minute to go till the break, and here we go. This will be the Eels' last set of the half. What can they come up with? They've got a long way to go. Oh, we've got some blood on one of the Titans players there. Forehead's been opened up. King Gutho was indeed sent to the sin bin. And the Titans, through Kieran Foran, scoring 2 tries in that 10-minute stanza. And now out to the left go the Eels with a little bit of space. They can't get on the outside of Jojo Fafita. Now they fire it back the other way to the right. Gutherson runs to the line. Penasini links up with Dunster. Dunster slips on the turf. It's the 5th and last. Moses staying on the short side. They've got the numbers here. Parramatta. Penasini kicks back in field, but Joey Werner plucks it out of the air. And that will take us to halftime. The Titans' defense scrambling, desperation, and holding on to a 16 points to 4 lead at the break. And it is full value to the Titans. They have come to play. Queensland looking for a clean sweep on Magic Round weekend. And looking the goods, must say, at this stage. But the Titans, can they keep it up for 80 minutes? History suggests they probably can't. Shack of Hearts, Gutherson was sin bin for a professional foul, holding back a kick chaser 10 metres out from the try line. All right, Wasted Water Sports, 16 points to 4 here in favour of the Titans. Is there another upset in the making? We'll find out. Second half coming up. I'm going to have a quick break. I'll be back to cover the second half. Coming up, Wasted Water Sports. Thanks for your company. Titans looking good. All right, what's going on here? KO's crapped itself. 16 points to 4 at halftime. Titans over the Eels. Who'd have thought? To be a fly on the wall in that halftime talk. Good old KO, huh? And I love how they're still, after all this time, refusing to acknowledge it on social media. They keep burying their head in the sand and telling people who complain that it's their fault. It's your fault, not ours. There's nothing wrong with our platform when there clearly is. Yeah, Heel Fries, how are you hanging in there, mate? That must have been a very rough watch, that first half, for Parramatta supporters. That had to be a tough little bit of viewing. It's been tough for Parramatta supporters so far. It's been very tough for Roosters supporters, and it was an extremely tough weekend for Sharks supporters. $16 points to 4 at halftime. I've got 40 minutes to try and get through, and then I've had a successful 100% live streaming rate for Magic Round weekend. And what a monumental effort it will have been. Bobsy and I both know exactly how you feel, Heel Fries. At least Parramatta are showing some signs, some promising signs, though. I mean, the Sharks and the Roosters offered up absolutely nothing. No hint of a threat from either of our teams, but at least yours are firing some shots. The Titans at the moment, though, credit to them, are standing up. Can they do it for another 40 minutes? I'll tell you this, though, as soon as full-time hits in this one, I can't wait. I honestly cannot wait to hit end stream, jump into bed and have a nice lie down, and just not speak for like 2 hours. $16 points to 4 at the halftime break. Titans changing room there. Very, very happy looking camp. But they know that the job is not done just yet. Another 40 minutes to go. Here come the Eels. Racing out onto the field for the second half. Mitchell Moses tonight, 0 runs, 6 kicks, 139 kicking meters. Can that seriously be accurate? Mitchell Moses with 0 runs? That can't be right, can it? Zero runs. I find that very hard to believe. 0. Kieran Foran there. What a first half he had, bagging himself a double inside the first 15 minutes. Back underway we go. Straight down the middle of the field. The Eels let it bounce. And they will get first use of the ball. Can they come out in the second half with a new lease of life and a newly found energy? Sean Lane with the head up. A crucial first set of 6, really. Plenty of time left in this one and only 12 points the difference, but we've seen teams struggle to get themselves back into contests so far this weekend when they're trailing by more than one try. Fifth and last here now for the Eels, and Gutherson just over the halfway line. It comes back for Moses. No run again. He has to kick it high. And it's taken by Cam Pereira, who looks up, picks out Hodgson, and Hodgson stands firm and puts him on his back. Mr. Ed's dead. Ahoy. Falling asleep to the silence. I'm falling asleep being here. It's been a long weekend. I can't believe that I've actually managed to do every single game from this Magic Round weekend. This is the first time in the history of Wasted World of Sports that I've managed to do every single game. Fifth and last here, Titans. Boyd kicking from inside his own 40, straight down to Sivo on the fall. And the Eels, what can they do? You feel like they need to be the first team to score in the second half. I don't think that's a ridiculous statement to make. Oh, nearly getting the offload away. Gutherson would have been through. Tackle 4. Eels, 40 out from the line. Keeping the ball alive. Now Brown into some space. Pops it out to nobody. It's tapped forward by the Titans. This will be 6 more. And Sivo's away. Sivo for the corner. Dives over and gets a double. And the Eels are back in this one. That is exactly what they needed to do. Score first. Score early. 16 points to 8. Whoa! There's a big spill. There we go. It's taken all weekend. It has honestly taken all weekend. But it's finally happened, and I can tell you that is the biggest spill ever. It took all Magic Round weekend, but when it finally happened, it was a massive one. My God. That is officially the largest spill to have ever happened. I almost got through all Magic Round with that one. And there we go, 4 minutes into the second half. Boom, everywhere. 16 points to 8, kick to come. Moses from out wide. He had some practice in the first half, and he hooks it left. Shanks it. And it stays 16 points to 8. All right, can the Eels stay on track this time? They scored early in the first half, of course, and then the wheels of the wagon completely fell off. 16 points to 8. Jeez, they've got to line up to the right if they can get the ball out here. Gutherson is dragged down by the collar. It was on there for the Eels, though. They're starting to really have a bit better shape about their attack. Cartwright with the hit up, looking for another offload. Can't get it away. Fifth and last, Parramatta, 40 out from the line. Moses puts it high. Campbell will take it with no pressure whatsoever. What a wall of Eels defence. There to greet him and put him down. The Titans just going through the motions here. Coming out of their own end. Picked up, driven to the sideline. Strong contact by Moses. And it might have been Simonson in there. Titans stuck in their own half. Tackle 4. Boyd will kick from outside the 40. It pops up for Gutherson. And he can bring it back for the Eels. And they will start this set 30 metres out from their own line. Good field position to start the set. Offload is away. And now Dylan Brown into space. He's still going, Brown. Oh, and an ankle tap brings him down. He's up to go again. Tackle 2. They're 30 out from the line. That's a great run. Dylan Brown. He is one player who certainly can hold his head high, regardless of what happens tonight for the Eels. He's played well. Third tackle here. 15 out. A big lineup to the left, but only makes it to midfield. And Madison surrenders on tackle 4. 10 out from the line. Here come the Eels again. Brown, short ball to Sean Lane, who drops it. And that'll be a knock on, and Titans off the hook. Parramatta looking just a little bit more threatening now. The ankle tap from Fafita on Dylan Brown, saving the day. Scrum down for the Titans, 10 out from their own line. 32 and a half minutes to go for them to hold on and cause a massive boil over to end Magic Round. I mean, it really would be a huge upset. 16 points to 8, they have the slight advantage at the moment. And here's a penalty against Hodgson, sorry. And this will be very relieving for the Titans. Up towards halfway with the kick. And this is the Titans' first real chance in the second half. If they can just get through this set and get a good kick away. Try and get themselves some sort of result. Because it's been all Parramatta so far to start the second half. And here's the overlap. Carl Pereira into space. But Pinasini grabs him, collars him, and throws him over the sideline. On tackle 1. Great sliding cover defense by Penasini. And the Eels get the ball back now, 20 out, nullifying that potential threat from the Titans early in the tackle count. And a penalty now to Parramatta. And things are just swinging around the momentum. All with Parramatta to start this second half. Can they keep it up this time? Moses thumps it into touch. 40 metres out from the Titans line to start this set. Here they come. Brown, dummies inside. Then links up with Cartwright. "40 metres out, they go to the right. Brown. Short ball, slightly flat. Hodgson from dummy half. Dummies goes on his own. Oh, he's looked threatening every time he runs at Dylan Brown. Hodgson from dummy half. Dummies a kick. Goes into contact and takes tackle 4. Right in front of the post. They're a metre out from the line. What a moment it would be for Parramatta here if they could score. Moses to Gutherson. Gutherson looks for the cutout ball. It's intercepted by Cam Pereira, and he will score under the sticks. Cam Pereira puts the Titans even further ahead. 20 points to 8. Look out. The Titans. Here they go, looking to make it a clean sweep. Completely against the run of play. Plucking that ball out of the air. Gutherson. Going for the glory ball. The cutout pass. They just needed to hold onto it and go through the hands, really. The all-or-nothing pass over the top, and Pereira plucks it out of the air and races away the length of the field. Titans for the win, says May. Is that how I pronounce that? May? Titans for the win, sad face. Conversion to come from right beside the post. Titans are about to lead 22 points to 8. "22 points to 8. 28 minutes to go. It's a long way back now for Parramatta. It was halftime. It was indeed halftime. "27 minutes, 43 seconds to go for the Titans to hold on in this one. Totally against the run of play. But that puts them well and truly on top here in this contest. Titans up over halfway. Jeez, they've got some enthusiasm about them again now. The Titans, 5th and last, 64 metres upfield they went. The high ball, Sivo plants himself. He could almost have taken that on the full on the in goal had he got a foot back. Sivo, a little bit lethargic there. Shiloh Wahoo Baxter. Ahoy there. Hodgson from dummy half. Offloaded to Gutherson. Gutherson's got some space now. Up over halfway he goes. Tackle 4. The Titans backpedaling in defence here. Madison, 5th and last. They're 20 out from the line. To the right-hand side they go. Moses puts the ball into the corner. How's the kick chase? Oh, it's lost backwards by the Titans, and Foran dives on it to save the day for the Titans. Although it's a penalty to the Eels. A late call. Must have come from the sideline or the bunker. Oh, Kieran Foran escorting. Bumping Penasini off the ball. Davey with the hit up. Big moment in the game here. 22 points to 8. Hodgson dummies inside. Goes out to the left. Brown out the back to Gutherson. Oh, it's wide open here for Simonson. And Sevo will get a hat-trick. Micah Sevo gets a hat-trick. Scoring in the corner. Game back on. Sevo chants rain out across the stadium in that far corner. And Sevo's hurt. Simonson with the offload. And if only Mitchell Moses had his kicking boots on, it would have been a vastly different scoreline. 3 tries, all out in that corner for Micah Sevo. It looks like he's all right now, Vopsy, but yeah, he was very ginger getting up there. Moses, he's had some practice from this spot. 3rd time lucky. Let's find out. Bloody no! He still has not learnt. Mitch Moses hooks it by that near upright once again. 22 points to 12, and they stay 10 points behind. Difficult kicks from the sideline, but when you've had one sighter, you should get the next couple. Really. Back underway, Titans. Plenty of time for Parramatta. They're obviously going to have to do it in 4s because Moses has left his kicking boots well and truly in the locker room. Slow play the ball here. Lucky to not give away a penalty there, the Titans. Cartwright's been immense since he's come on the field. Bryce Cartwright. He has had a very big game. Great contribution. Lane up over halfway on tackle 4. Madison cuts back in field. Great post-contact meters there. And that is a great set of 6. 73 meters gain. Brown running it on the 5th and last. Grubbers in behind the line. Gutherson gets a boot to it. Gutherson scores. Gutherson scores. The Eels have gone bang, bang, back to back. 22 points to 16. And surely not even Mitchell Moses will miss this conversion. And it's about to be 22-18, you would think. Here come the Eels. A couple of very key carries. Ryan Madison and Bryce Cartwright. Some big carries. Dylan Brown, immense again. Gutherson just pokes the foot out. Gets it in front of Jaydn Campbell. And Mitch Moses, boy, he's had a lot of practice at kicking the goals from out in this corner. He's a little bit closer this time. Let's see if he overcompensates and pushes it by the far upright this time. He's been hooking them to the left. Let's see if he pushes this one right. Clint Gutherson, 9 tries in the past 8 games. Here we go. He's had a few practice attempts here from this side of the field tonight. Moses moves in. And he starts this one looking a lot better. Only just hooks it back in. That far upright. And it's his first successful goal of the night. 22 points to 18. 21 and a half minutes to go. And the Titans are fading quickly again. How often do we see it from the Titans? They build up impressive leads and then they just fall asleep. Plenty of time left in this one. Paulo back on for another stint, and that's a good run. Sean Lane. Eating up some meters. The keys to that last set. Bryce Cartwright. And Ryan Madison. Where are they this time? There is another good carry. Ryan Madison, another great carry. Up towards halfway. And there's Cartwright. Cartwright with another good charge. 5th and last. 2 key men getting involved again. Moses puts it high. How's the kick chase? Pretty good. Campbell running forward. Oh, it's fallen down for Brown. And Brown is tackled. And that'll be a handover. They survive. But nothing more there. The Gold Coast Titans. Titans looking like they're in quicksand now. Parramatta with all the momentum. 5th and last. Oh, nice offload. They've lost meters off the offload, though. And that's the 5th and last now. 40 out from their own line. Boyd puts it high into the corner. Gutherson takes it on the full. Passes it to Sivo and says, have a run, big man. Oh, he barges 4 and goes flying backwards. Kieran Foran will not be trying to tackle Micah Sivo again anytime soon. Boom. Sends him flying. "19 minutes to go. Plenty of time for either team still in this contest. The Titans, a slender 4-point lead. Moses stepping. Having a run at last. 5th and last. Brown puts the ball high. Sivo's racing through. Sivo's up and locks the ball on. Sivo, so close. Fingertips away from number 4 for Micah Sivo, because he would not have been stopped from there. I wonder what Micah Sivo was paying for 4 times try scorer. He very nearly got it. He was just a bobble away. And the Titans, it's just fallen to pieces for them. Just completely fallen to pieces. They're going nowhere fast. That's a good run for Fifita. David Fifita getting the go forward. And now they've got the overlap out to the right if they can get the ball there. But the Eels defence just holding them up long enough to shut down the threat. Fifth and last on halfway. Back for Boyd to put it high. And Gutherson, under no pressure at all, will take it. "17 minutes to go. 4 points the difference." Paulo. Another good run. They're winning the territorial battle now. Quite comfortably, Parramatta. Short ball to Lane. Up over halfway on tackle 4. Titans backpedaling. Brown caught on the 5th and last. Where's Moses? Look for the high ball. There he is in at first receiver. Puts it high in front of the posts. Campbell moving forward. Oh, and that's perfectly timed by Bryce Cartwright. Crunching Jaydn Campbell. Perfectly timed. As soon as that foot hits the ground, Cartwright drops him. And the Titans have gone absolutely nowhere here in the second half. And now that will help. A relieving penalty. A big penalty here. Holding on to that 4-point lead, they can go down into Parramatta's territory for the first time in a long while. And they start the set 40 metres out. Big defensive set here for the Eels. As the Titans beating the first up defenders. Tackle 2 inside the 20. 15 minutes to go. Tino goes on his own. As if anything else was going to happen there. Out to the left. It's tapped on by 4 and it's behind the line. They have to run back for it and they lose some valuable meters there as Brian Kelly goes back and secures the loose ball. Isaac Liu just settles things down on the 5th and last. They're 20 out here, the Titans. Boyd puts it high into the corner. Sivo moving forward. Sami's up above everybody. Has he got a touch on it and knocked it on? Yes, he has. And Parramatta, they will get the ball. Jason Parryman says, "Go Tigers." "14 minutes to go. The Eels, you get the feeling they're finishing the stronger. Uh-oh, Greg's back on. We remove Greg back on the field. Oh, Paulo bumps off the first. Big leg drive. Tino goes for the 1-0 strip. Fails. It's tackle 4. Just over the halfway line go the Eels. Brown runs it to the line. Gutherson out the back. Brings Simonson back on the inside. He surrenders. 5th and last. 30 out from the Titans line. Moses puts it high. Pressure on Jaydn Campbell again. He moves forward. Oh, he takes it, Jaydn Campbell. Over the top of his own man. "13 minutes to go. Farsi says, "You're looking forward to Golden Point, Dan?" No, it can't possibly go to Golden Point. I don't think I'd be able to do it. Fifita. Big run. bumping off tackles up towards halfway. Fifth and last. Titans again can't get anywhere near the Eels line. Boyd puts it high into the corner. Sevo backtracking. Takes it nicely, Sevo. And he's very slow in winding up and running it back. 12.5 minutes to go. And this is where a sneaky little eye starts to move towards the clock for the Eels, as long as they continue to be behind. There'll be a cheeky look or two up towards the scoreboard to see how long is left. James, 888. You just need 2 more points scored. Well, I think it will happen. 12 minutes to go. I dare say we'll see a few more than 2 scored. Moses on the 5th and last puts it high into the corner. How's the chase? Dylan Brown. Perfectly timed again. And Campbell, he is not getting anything easy at the back there. 11.5 to go. Titans holding on to a slender 4-point lead. Both teams just going set for the past few minutes. Who's going to break first? No one's been able to get into it, a real attacking zone. 4th tackle, 25 out. Big run from Tino. Big run from Tino. Post-contact meters out the wazoo. 5th and last. Outside the 40. Boyd puts it high. Changes direction this time. Out to the left. And Simonson steps through the first tackle. Simonson. It's Hayes Dunster, actually, it was. Where was Simonson? Out of position. Here they come to the left. Some space. And that's a big hit there. Jojo Fafita nailing him. Tackle 3. 10.5 to go. The Eels. Out the back, Moses. Oh, if they looked out right, it was on. Keeping it alive, though. Gutherson to Polo. Brown steps off the outside. Tackle 4. 20 out. Short side play. Moses. Crash ball with Sean Lane, and Sean Lane leaves it behind again. The mistake from Sean Lane. Oh, get him off the field. Sean Lane is killing it for Parramatta here. Close to the line again. Not for the first time. Making the mistake. Very frustrating stuff for the Eels. Scrum down, Titans, 10 out. Let's see if something happens. Something usually happens as soon as I walk off. Oh, here we go. I might have just got back in time this time. Cut out pass. Puts the Titans into space. Sami. 1 to beat. Steps in field. He's still going. Philip Sami. 5th and last. 10 meters out. Can they run it? Oh, they've wasted this play here, the Titans. It's all very scrappy. But Brian Kelly reaches out and scores. Out of absolutely nothing, they have created potentially the match-winning try, the Titans. And we have kept up my record of every time I walk off, something threatens to happen. That is a huge, huge try. out of absolutely nowhere. The Titans have skinned them on the outside, and they did their best to bottle this. The fifth and last, they did their absolute best to balls this up, but Brian Kelly making something happen out of nothing, and the Titans, 7.5 minutes to go, and they're about to be ahead by 10, and Mitch Moses is down. In back play, Moses is down. Oh, Moses got himself in a terrible position there. He's knocked himself out. Moses will be off. That's his night. There is no way he can pass that. And by that, I mean a HIA. There is absolutely no way he can pass a HIA based on that. He is done for the night. Mitch Moses. 7.5 minutes to go. They're about to be behind by 10, and they've lost their playmaker. Although, to be fair, it's been Dylan Brown's night in the playmaking stakes for the Eels. Seven minutes to go. The clean sweep is on. And Parramatta, where to from here? I mean, we can say that about a few teams this weekend, but where to from here for the Eels? This is a massive loss. Boyd hooks it to the left. It remains 8 points the difference. Eight points the difference. 6 minutes 50 to go. Hey, I've got to commentate on the game here, Fries. Bar C says that's overs. What is it? 36-44. That is overs. Oh, is it 44.5 or is it 42.5? What was overs for this game? $42.5. All right, overs has hit. Overs has officially hit. Six minutes to go. Titans up towards halfway. 8 points the difference. What can the Eels come up with? Moses off the field. There is absolutely no way he comes back tonight, even if there was time. And he might be in for a mandatory stand-down period as well, depending on the grade of that concussion. And now Sivo's driven backwards. The Titans, they've got 5.5 minutes to hold on. Cartwright's had a solid game. Another good run from him. Gutherson to Paulo. Paulo steps in field. Gets the offload back to Gutherson. Keeps his feet. Is pulled down now. Fifth and last. Parramatta. There's Brown on the short side. Puts it high into the corner. It's a little bit too deep. Campbell. Can he get himself back in the field of play? Oh boy, he can. And he's still going now. Jaydn Campbell caught by the collar. Bailey Simonson drags him down. Tackle 1. 20 out. What a kick return again from Jaydn Campbell. He's had a fabulous night. The Duke of Zill. I said it before the game. Titans by 8. It's on record. I certainly remember somebody saying that. So, well done, Duke of Zill. A very solid prediction there. Still 4.5 minutes to go. Titans could bag another one here. and really put the game to bed. Wouldn't it be funny if they took a drop goal, though? 5th and last, and Boyd just kicks it over the sideline. A very forlorn-looking coach's box for the Eels. Goal kicking. Goal kicking. How crucial is goal kicking? Mitchell Moses with 6 points left out there from conversions. Okay, they were difficult chances, but now here is a big overlap for the Eels. Oh, the pass finds the turf, and that shuts the player down. It was on there for them, though. 6 points of missed conversions have been left out there for the Eels. What a very different looking finish to the game we would have had at 26-24. As Brown now steps through. Brown goes on his own. Support on the inside from Andrew Davey. This one is not over yet. 26-22. Kick to come. 3 minutes to go. She's not done and dusted yet. Dylan Brown has been on absolute fire. Dylan Brown, pretty much man of the match. Even if the Eels don't go on and win this, Dylan Brown, for mine, easy man of the match. Three minutes to go. Darren Trixie, you're hoping for a full-time draw. 26-24. 3 minutes to go. They're going to get a couple of sets of 6 in here, the Eels. They'll have a couple of sets of 6 at it before this game's done and dusted. 2 points the difference. Here we go. Strap yourselves in. Oh, they're playing expansive. Passing the ball out to the right from the kickoff. Titans, they just have to aim up. Across to the left they go. Just looking for a penalty here, the Eels. Something to get themselves upfield. Tackle 4. Staying down the blind side. Another great run here from Bryce Cartwright. 5th and last. Here we go. This is a big moment in the game. 5th and last. Brown puts it high. Oh, it's a little bit too deep. How's the chase from Sivo? Oh, Sivo's taken the man in the air. And that will be a penalty to the Titans. Sivo taking the man in the air. Brain explosion from Micah Sivo, who has had such a great game otherwise. Oh, what a terrible way to end the game. And that will surely be it. Unless the Titans make a huge mistake inside this last minute and a half. Micah Sivo, such a solid game up until that point. But that was a big clanger. And these will be the slowest play the balls that you will ever see from the Titans. Coming up here. Tackle 3, a minute to go. The Eels will get at least one more crack. One more play. Fifth and last here. This is it. 46 seconds to go. They'll get one more shot at it. Boyd puts it high. Gutherson is back there. They're going to get a couple of play the balls. 35 seconds. Eels ball. 20 out from their own line. Brown tries to step around the defence. Tackle 2. 26 seconds to go. What can they do? 17 seconds. This will be it. A couple more plays. Gutherson to Sean Lane. 10 seconds. Over halfway they go. This will be the last play of the game. It's gone to Paulo. Gutherson keeping the ball alive. Lane is crunched and tackled. And the play dies with Sean Lane, much as it has done all night. Why was nobody talking? Why was nobody set up for at least having a shot at a 2-pointer? A very clueless end to the game there from the Eels. 26 points to 24. The Titans hang on. Whoa, boy. A Queensland clean sweep in Magic Round on home soil. Magic Round draws to a close. I can't believe it. We got through every single game live here on the Wasted World of Sports. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you so much for your company. It has been an extremely long weekend for me. I need nothing more than to end this stream right now and go and have a very well-earned rest. So, thank you very much for joining us here at Wasted World of Sports. We'll be back in a few days' time, Thursday night footy. It's been a lot of fun. Thank you for the callbacks. It was fun talking to some of you. Well, it was fun talking to all of you, but you know what I mean. For those of you who had the courage to call in on the Discord, it was great having actual chats with you. And we'll be back on Thursday night. Wasted World of Sports. A very, very big game coming up in the context of the season, as the Melbourne Storm take on the Brisbane Broncos. Until then, thank you very much. Magic Round comes to a close, and so do I. See you on Thursday night. Cheers.